It's like you have to have
I
like.
think I did.
All about back.
Yeah.
Ready?
2 minutes.
Minutes. This is the 2-minute warning we have. The cameraman,
Don't do
2
any.
more minutes and then we'll start.
Watching the travel.
All right, are we back online? So for those online, I've met my objective of scaring you away. Of saying, oh no, I don't think I can do this. No, I really want to encourage everybody, go take the test, at least go try it, right? And now I've made it so that you're like, oh my God, I can't understand the simple processes. How am I going to get through the test? So, all right. Going to move on to a different topic. Still schedule, but we're going to switch from traditional approach to an agile approach in scheduling. So as we've said a couple times, the project owner or the product owner and the team members decide on the number of sprints and releases. But it really is the product owner in conjunction with stakeholders that really get the biggest say on how we're going to split up our project into the iterations that we're going to use to manage it. The iterations are mostly called releases made up of sprints, but we're going to work to develop a basic framework because we don't have all of our tasks identified that we can lay out in the Gantt chart. So a basic framework, and then we split them into iterations. We have a roadmap, as we talked about, we looked at, that depicts points of, says releases, timeframes, but milestones, major milestones along the way. So here is an example of what a, get out of right in the middle of the screen here so everybody can see. Here's an example of what a schedule, if we were going to depict it, might look like. So we have on the far left side our product backlog. These are all the items in our backlog. And then this depicts a release. So planned release 1.3 to 1.4. We have 2 teams working 3 sprints in this release. That's what this picture's showing. So what we've planned to do in sprint 1 for team A is a green and 3 yellow tasks. Team B is going to do a red, a green, and 2 yellow. That's what they plan to do. Now, rarely do we plan out 3 sprints like this, but this is going to show what we hope to get accomplished within this release. So that's what a schedule might look like if we were going to put one together for an iterative approach.
And it's agile because you're not necessarily worried or you have not identified the causal relationship between the different sprints. I'm assuming the tasks are within the sprints and you have not, right now you are not worried about the causal relationship right now between those.
So within our backlog, we will prioritize those requirements.
That makes sense.
Right? So we'll prioritize them. And then based on a couple of things, one of them being priority is what we'll pull forward into a sprint.
Okay.
So someone has said, our stakeholders have said, work on these features first. If you can make our software system do this first.
Right.
Or there'll be some sort of guidance.
Then it's a higher priority.
This is what I want
first.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's start with this part of it and then we'll develop these other pieces.
Okay.
For this, the colors, can you explain the colors again?
Mm-hmm. Now you, I'm sure, have said, how many red are there? How many yellow are there? How many green? They don't all add up, do they? Yeah.
No,
No, they don't. So, our backlog I can't make this work at all now. Put it back down. Our backlog will constantly change throughout our project. So we're going to put items in there that we know we need to do without even thinking about when we're going to do them or if what size they are. Can we get them done in a sprint or not? We know something that came up, write it down. Put it down. We're going to get to this eventually. Put it down. And then as it gets closer, we'll refine it. So we'll break it down to the smaller bit that we could do. So this backlog that has yellow, green, red, it may not, it may mean a certain part of our software system that we're building. It may be who nominated it. Who knows what the colors mean, really? They're just different items. And this is where we planned what we think we're going to be able to do within the sprints here.
Okay, so for this slide, those colors don't mean anything.
Colors don't mean anything.
Okay.
Just to help you designate different backlog items instead of saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is called time box scheduling. So you'll see a question on the test about time box scheduling. We have a start time and a stop time. A sprint, it's 2 weeks long. Talked to someone this week, they have month-long sprints. The first day of the month starts a sprint and the last day of the month ends the sprint. And that's how they work. And they're like, well, they really are just like check-ins because the project's a lot of traditional. So we just use it as like check-in at the end of the month, what we've done. But why not? Why not? It works the same, right? But time box scheduling, we have a start date, a stop date, so we're boxed in with time. Here's just another way you might depict a schedule if you're going to work an iterative project. This is by release 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they just have like the big pieces that they want to create within that time frame. And there's 3 teams they have working. So team 1 is going to work on, and don't worry about reading because a lot of them say new bar. They just threw it in there as a placeholder, right? But we just know that team 1's going to try to accomplish maybe these features within this release. But we may show how we're going to accomplish the entire project by just laying out big, very broad themes that would, steps to get us towards the end. You can see it doesn't look like a Gantt chart. It's not like someone's going to pick it up and know exactly what task you're doing when. Just a general idea of how we're going to get to the end. And we already talked about time box scheduling. So start, stop like a sprint. And project owner or product owner and the team members will select the backlog items for that sprint, what they're going to work on in that sprint. Besides time box scheduling, an iterative team may also do on-demand or continuous scheduling. And that's just we're pulling tasks and working on, pulling tasks and working on, pulling tasks and working on them. And we're getting feedback as we finish that task. So it's just, this is where we get the rolling wave. So waterfall for traditional, rolling wave for agile, because we just keep moving. And so maybe one team's working on something, they finish it, show a stakeholder, get feedback, and then move on to the next. And the other team's got a different kind of cadence going. We just keep pulling tasks. As we finish one, we pull another. Anybody ever worked that type of process? Continuous flow. We just keep rolling. As we're done, we just keep moving. So one team may be getting feedback on Tuesday, the next team on Thursday. We're not waiting just for the time box to stop. We finish, we keep rolling. And then our retrospectives, we're going to talk about our schedule. We're going to talk about the tasks we completed. Did we do enough? How did we do them? Compare our deliverables to our timeline that we thought we were going to have. And then we'll adjust from there. Okay, so we'll talk about our schedules in our retrospectives. That's the AARs. Storyboards, kind of hard to see on the screen. Storyboards help us, it says prioritize deliverables, but a plan for them. So, we had a video about story maps. This is the same kind of thing, but in our storyboard, we have in maybe iteration 1, iteration 2, iteration 3, and this is what we plan to do. So again, it's just kind of depicting a plan, a way to depict high level what it is we think we're going to do. Kanban boards are much more specific. So Kanban boards list all of the backlog items just like we saw in the chart with the yellow, red, and green backlog items. So I have all the items, but in a to-do column. It's our backlog. And the idea of Kanban is a specific kind of agile approach. And Kanban minimizes the work in progress, maximizes the work to do. So we're maximizing what's in that to-do column. And then we're going to take a task out of our to-do and we're going to put it in progress and we're going to work it. And when it's done, we're sliding it over to done. And then and only then do we go back to the to-do list and grab another task. So we're minimizing what's in progress.
So essentially just
Actually,
at a time.
sorry, go ahead.
So essentially like one thing at a time. So
One thing at a time. So, a team member will grab one item to do and put it in progress. Now, this is used with sticky notes. We have, and because it was used with sticky notes, as it's gone electronic, they still look like sticky notes. Most Kanban boards use something that looks like a sticky note to move items through. And the idea of the sticky note is you can actually physically take it off, move it to a different column, take that off, move it to a different column. So Kanban is a lean, agile method, minimizing what's in progress. Don't have a lot of unfinished tasks out there. A lot of agile approaches, as well as traditional, have adapted Kanban boards. And so we can see the status of where we are. Kanban boards started with just the simple 3 columns, but now they have a little bit more. So it may be in development, in testing, completed. Mr. Kanban would say if you have 5 columns plus to do and finish, oh, that's too much. It's about lean, simple, one at a time, right? So maybe 4 columns, maybe you have to do and then 3 statuses and done, but Mr. Kanban would say no more. That's it, right? Real minimalistic approach.
It's almost counter to what we've been talking about with agile, where you have rolling scrums and duplicate teams working different projects, to where the Kanban method is saying actually you want to minimize and focus the team on specific tasks that are in progress.
Yeah, Kanban would probably not like the rolling wave, that continuous on demand,
Yeah,
unless it's, you pull a task out of to do, you put it in progress, you move it to done, and immediately you're pulling another before you get to a particular time box. So it might be okay with that rolling wave. You're just not pulling lots.
Yeah.
The idea is
you're focusing.
and the test question is a little bit strange. It says something about maximizing the backlog, which is really minimizing what's in progress. So you don't have a lot going on in progress, very little that you're working on.
Is the intent, just
Maximize the to-do.
like, is the why behind it just to focus short bursts on those progress tasks? All right, focus on it, move it. Focus on it, move it. Is that the intent?
Well, I think that ended up being a byproduct of it. I think the intent really was when you start something, you finish it before you move on.
Which is very linear or traditional.
Yeah, it seems very.
And I think how they're broken up in tasks and assigned tasks is still more the agile aspect, right? So this is like, you're working on this, coder is working on a specific feature for a thing. He's just working on that. And then during this sprint. And so I think still the sprint thing is happening. When something similar to a Kanban board, I think that I've seen is in like GitHub, and they have like a project management tab. And I think they have, the columns they have are backlog, in progress, for review, blocker, and done. So the idea being that somebody's assigned a project, it's now ready to be reviewed, and then once it's reviewed, it can be moved to done. Or I am shifting off of this project because I cannot complete it because there's some sort of blocker. And so that get moved there, and now I'll move another project into
So it can't be done. So
It
it's,
cannot be, right,
it's started, but it's left undone. It doesn't stay in progress.
right.
So there's minimum in progress.
Mhm.
We got to get it. to
So I think that's very
Category.
reminiscent of this. If it is, in fact, it might just be a Kanban board.
And review, it is a Kanban board, right?
Yeah.
So review or testing, I see. Sam, did you have something?
I used to do the Kanban board on a team. So the key to the Kanban board is understanding that each person on your team has a role to play and they can also kind of like merge their skills with someone else. So if you have a good scrum master, they're asking all the right questions. They're talking to the team daily. They're going over each one of these to-do tasks, right, in your card. And then you can help each other out. I mean, that's the whole point of it. Everybody has access. And it's typically done through Jira.
Yeah, so there's lots of different software programs that have
It's really
Kanban.
functional. It lets everybody see what progress you're making on your tasks. You can type in those cards, how you're encountering barriers and issues. And then someone like me can jump into your card and say, oh, I got the piece of that puzzle. Let me help you out with that.
It helps break down the task to actionable items that you as a team member, as opposed to looking at the task going, yeah, you got to program that. It's a little more actionable.
Plus, you don't want to pigeonhole yourself. You don't want to over complicate the task being done.
Right.
You have no lateral limits to that. It's functional, in my opinion.
It is about, a Kanban board is meant to be displayed to the entire team. So the entire team has visibility on what the status is of all of the tasks in the backlog, what's being done. So what happens to a backlog item if it doesn't get completed within a sprint? Planned for it, pulled it out, thought you could do it within 2 weeks, but something happened and it didn't get done. What happens to that backlog item?
Back into the text list.
Back on the left side.
Back into the backlog, go forward into the next sprint? Answer is, I'm to see if somebody put something online because our has changed in the room. It goes back into the backlog and it gets reprioritized. In the next sprint planning session, you decide whether it gets pulled out again or not. Doesn't stay in progress, right? Goes back into the backlog. If it doesn't get done, goes back into the backlog. And in the retrospective, we're saying, why didn't it get done? Well, because I was sick all week and didn't get to work on it. And I was the only one with skills, you know, the only coder on the team, and whatever reason it is, right? It was too big. We thought we could get it done, but we couldn't. It actually took too much effort. So it goes back in the backlog again.
Can you just remind me when you do retrospectives, is it after every sprint, every, the next one and then?
Yeah,
like that's-
so it's at the end of every iteration, the end of every sprint or the end of every release, you do a retrospective. See, after action review, what did we do well? What do we want to change? How do we get better moving forward? That's the idea of it. How do we get better moving forward? And we're going to talk about retrospectives often, but those 10 or 11 management plans that are part of a project plan, you end up talking about all of them at every retrospective. We'll just save some time. It comes up in every topic because you talk about all of them at every retrospective. It's just, you can't help it. It comes up as part of the project, right? How did we do with schedule? Did we get all the work done we wanted to, with budget, with time, with quality, with risk? All of those topics stuff coming up. So, okay, so what happens to? Yeah, so it goes back into the backlog to get reprioritized. Now, it may get pulled right into the very next backlog, but it doesn't automatically move to the next backlog. I mean, to the next sprint. It goes back into the backlog, gets reprioritized, and then comes back out again when it's appropriate. What are the reasons why we don't get something done? Resources. We didn't have people, we didn't have physical resources to do it.
Bad estimate.
It was too big to do. It's too big to do within that time period. Bad estimate.
Unidentified.
If it's just not doable.
Just couldn't, for whatever reason, some obstacle in the way, something just made it so it wasn't doable. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why we have backlog items that don't get finished. Well, we want to talk about that at the retrospective so that we fix that for the next time, to correct it for the next time. We don't constantly want backlog items to go back into the backlog again. We want to pull them out, do them, move them to done. Okay. What if this is day 7 of a 10-day sprint, 10 work days, 2 weeks, day 7, and you have a team member who's finished all of their work? What do you do?
On the burn, use or lose leave.
Go grab the card.
Grab another.
All right, if there is a backlog item that can be done within 3 days, we're going to pull another backlog item into the sprint.
Or help some.
Prioritized, we know small enough that it can get done. We're not gonna pull something and we can't get done, right? Small enough to get done, pull it in, do another backlog item. What about day 9 of a 10-day sprint? Someone's done with all of their work. What do you do?
Give a high five and tell them to go home.
Hold your own retrospective.
I think
Do a retrospective email.
they could do things like work on if they have any technical data items or anything like that, that just need a little tightening up. That
Yeah, that little punch list for our hardening sprint, maybe we grab one of those and just knock that out, right? We have some leave time, right? Get a day off, there's nothing for you to do, you have leave. Of course, that's always happening. Now, we're going to talk about this when we start talking leadership, but with Agile, it's about having a growth mindset, continually growing the team and their skills. So it's a great opportunity to do some cross training. Why don't you sit with another person and you start learning their job? Who else can you help? As Sam said earlier, right? It's about the team has visibility and you help each other out, right? So who else needs help that this person can help? Mandatory training. We have that in your life, right? Everybody's got time for cyber awareness training again, time for PII training, time for, it's like 8 different mandatory trainings, right? So catch up on some of those sort of things during that time. But anything you can do to develop team members, to strengthen your team, to grow your team. The Udemy course, time to work on that. The Udemy course, we'll say it. So assuming there's no 1-day backlog items, this is an opportunity for professional development. Or if everybody's done, you're like, shh, we're going out for pizza, having a team morale day, half day. All right, but can it really be that simple?
Never heard of it.
So how do you know how many backlog items will fit into a sprint? Has that question crossed your mind since you've been sitting here? We're pulling backlog items into a sprint. How do you know how much can fit into a sprint? So this is what Agile's teams do. They don't look at how much time, so much that, like looking at durations of tasks like we did in traditional. They look at how much effort it takes to do a particular backlog item. And so we size effort. And there's a couple of different ways that we size our requirements. I think this started out by going, well, I don't know, this seems like a pretty small task. Well, this seems like a large task. What's kind of medium? Well, that sounds like shirt sizes. I have sizes that are small, medium, large, right? In fact, some of us may have in their closet clothes that are small, medium, and large because
oh no,
we move around throughout life. Anyway, so sense of humor for developers coming out. T-shirt sizes is one of the ways that we size items by saying this is small, medium, large. So, you know, what's the difference really between 2 points or 3 points? And they're just all small. So we don't have to get down to the details. It's small. So extra small, small, medium, large, extra large. So sprint planning sessions I've been in. Here's my user story. I size this story to be small. Do you accept this story? I size this to be extra small. I have never heard anything in a sprint planning session that was an extra small or small. And why do you think that is?
If it's extra large, you should break it down into.
I size this as large. Are you going to get that done in a sprint? Probably not. If it's large, we got to break it down into small pieces. So if we size a backlog item as large, it probably says we got to do a refinement meeting. Send this one in. We got to take some time to break this down so that it's small so we know we can get it done. Because we don't constantly want to be doing part of a backlog item and throwing it back in the backlog, pulling it out, throwing it back, pulling it out. Make it small so we can do it, pull it out and get it done.
Real quick, does that mean that large or extra large, it would equate to longer than a sprint?
Not necessarily, but most likely. We do small in Agile. We want to do small backlog items. We want our backlog items to be small. If they're large, you probably have to stop and say, can you do this in a sprint? Really, can you do it? The idea is that sprints are for small and extra small. So if the team, someone throws out a backlog item, the team goes, wait a minute, it's large. We size it as large. It probably does go through a refinement process.
Happens if you have like a large task, but have broken it down into subtasks. I'm thinking of Jira and how we've set up stuff. We have our task and then we're able to break it down into smaller subtasks, but the whole task would be in the sprint. So it would be a large task in the sprint with the different.
And multiple people are working pieces of that task.
It could, but I mean, sometimes not.
Does it get done within one sprint? Usually.
I mean, no, like, cause it's, 4 or 5 steps and they can only complete like 2 or 3 of the subtasks in order to complete the overall. Probably discussion for a different day, but like that's.
So if you can manage it that way, the idea is to set it up so you can manage it to get the whole thing done, right? So if it's okay with your stakeholders that you say, we're taking this whole task and putting it in this sprint, knowing that only these items are going to get done and the whole task is going to move forward. Part of it's done, part of it's not. And then the whole task is moving forward and a little bit more of it's done now. It really sounds to me like a management approach rather than and managing at a feature level, maybe, rather than just backlog items. Do you size those subtasks? You only size the task. Yeah, I think you're just taking shortcuts. If it works, it works.
I'm not saying it works all the
If
time.
it works, right? But ideally, you want your backlog items to be small enough to fit within a sprint. And then you put those items together, and you get enough user stories together. Now your feature is complete. Right? And then we move on to the next feature. So ideally, you should treat each of those subtasks as backlog items.
Okay.
But if it's working for you, right? I mean, that's what's most important.
It's working, but I mean, could we do it to where it improves?
Could it be better?
Could it be better? That's.
Yeah, so there's something for you to think about.
Mhm.
If we go back to the Agile Manifesto, right? Working software is prioritized over documentation, is prioritized over all of that. So if you're developing working software and you want to move a big task and move it from sprint to sprint, just knowing little subtasks are being done, if you're developing working software, that's what's most important, right? So if you can manage it that way, okay.
Okay, no one's gonna believe me. I'm not trying to make this into a math problem. But
What's your college degree?
is it a best practice to not have a task, only have one, what are we? Are we doing effort? Are we doing?
Effort, backlog items.
A backlog item take up an entire sprint in the sense of like a person, if they only have one backlog item during that sprint, then any number of things could throw them way off. Whereas if they have like 2 or 3 and something goes wrong with one, then, oh, okay, well then you've got 2 and 3 ready that you can start shifting over to and try to get that done. And then at the end of the sprint, you can be like, all right, I got 2 and 3 done. One had this issue. Whereas, so is there a recommendation to not have the backlog items be so large that they would consume an entire sprint? Or is that not mentioned?
That would be okay. It would be okay that it takes the entire sprint to do this one item.
Mhm.
That would be okay. So the developers know this is the amount of work I can accomplish. And so I'm sizing this backlog item to say it's small enough to fit in the sprint. That's really, is it, how much smaller is it? Doesn't matter. It's small enough to fit. And if it's going to take the entire sprint, okay, right? Could it be broken down Could it be broken down into smaller pieces? Maybe. Should you? I don't know. The team gets to decide that, right? If the team says, no, let's break it down. Let's not cut it close. We don't want one that's going to take all 10 days. Let's break it down smaller so that we're sure we get it done. Then the team can do that. If they're okay saying this size works for me, if we get the backlog items down to this size, where it's small instead of extra small, I'm good working that. And that's okay.
Is that, before you get to that point where you're trying to cram a single backlog item into a sprint, then you've already done backlog refinement to the point where you've already broken down the bigger items down to a relatively foundational size where it's not going to be a single large one that, you know, everybody's working on.
Okay, so one way of sizing backlog items using t-shirt sizes, extra small, small, medium, large, extra large. And the team knows what they're capable of doing. It's the idea with Agile. The team is empowered to do a lot in an Agile team. Other ways to do it is to assign points to the backlog items. So you know how many points you can do. One way of assigning points is using a Fibonacci curve. So this is the Fibonacci curves, looks like the back of a snail. On the middle part, you have very small numbers like 1/2, 1, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34 is what you see here. So a lot of times it's prime numbers that get used, but it's a spread of numbers. And so the team, individually in the team, they'll say, here's the backlog item, describe it. What size do you think it is? And every team member gets to say, well, I think it's this number. I think it's this number. I think it's this number. And then in the team charter, if you remember going back, we talked about the team creating a team charter. The team's going to decide, how do we select the numbers? Is it the average of what everybody said? We could just average out what everybody said. Do we throw out the highest and the lowest and then take an average? Is it the most? The majority of the team says it's a size 5, so we're going to roll with size 5. But however the team decides, the team's going to decide how they pick the number. So every team member will say a number, and then whatever the team has set as their rules is what they'll use then to size that particular backlog item. The story points that they will assign to it. Other ways of assigning points, we have a game called Planning Poker, and it's a deck of cards, and the numbers are spread apart, much like what you see in the Fibonacci curve, right? So the one deck of cards is 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. I have no clue. Let's take a break and go get a cup of coffee. That's that card, right? So everybody has their planning poker cards in their hand. Someone says, here's this backlog item. Here's what it means, describes it a bit. And everybody show your card. 1, 2, 3, go. And everybody lays down the card. And then you follow the team rules of, do you average it? Do you take the majority? Do you throw out high and low, right? And if people are really, the team doesn't have some sense of agreement, you discuss it. Then we vote again. 1, 2, 3, go. If it was my team, I'd have you put the card on your forehead. 1, 2, 3, go. Right? Play a little game of that. But there's a couple different decks of playing poker, but it's the idea, again, it's spread apart. Every team member gets a say in what they think the size is, and they assign points to that task. That's why sprint planning takes so long. So we're deciding, we're prioritizing, and maybe that happens before sprint planning, but your backlog is prioritized, deciding what items should be worked on, and then you're sizing those items. How much effort's it going to take? So I need to know what my team is, who's there during this next sprint. Do I have a whole team or not? Right. How efficient is my team? How many points can they do? Like, my team has a lot of junior people, my team has a lot of senior people. Or my team has this group of people with these tasks doesn't quite fit the skill level I have right now, right? So we'll do some cross-training, whatever. You're going to factor in all of those kind of things to determine how many points you might pool into a sprint. But over time, a team generally stays together and you start to understand how many points this team can do. We call that velocity. Velocity is really an average of over time, how many points a team does within a given time period, like a sprint. So we're really going to say, over the last 4 sprints, the team did 10 points and then 20 points and then 18 points and 17 points. And we're going to average that. And then we'll know, and it looks something like this.
And the points are arbitrary?
So it's what the team has decided. And so leading right into the next point.
Sorry.
So we get to, you can see how many points this team did over these sprints and we come up with an average. So then we can predict based on that average about how many points they'll do in this next sprint. But can you compare one team to another? And this is why, because the points are arbitrary, but the same team is likely to continue to vote consistently, which is why we can get a consistent average. You know, there are some people who fill out a survey and 1 to 5, 4 is the best I'll give you, right? Or I don't care, I only get 5s all the way up. Just 1s or 5s are the only numbers I use, right? And some people are like, no. And so each team votes a little bit differently. Some teams are pretty optimistic and skew numbers higher, some skew numbers lower, right? But when it's the same team voting, they generally vote pretty consistently. So we can calculate velocity, which is really their average, and use that to move forward. So we know typically this team does about 90 points a sprint. So we're going to pull items and size them. And when we get to 90, we're going to stop. This is about what we can do in a sprint. So we think this is about all we'll be able to do this next sprint, 90 points, because that's our velocity. So every team will have a different velocity. And just because one team has a velocity of 90 and another team has a velocity of 30, doesn't mean that the 90 team's better or does 3 times as much work. Just because they all vote a little bit differently, right? Maybe one team's lots of senior people. And so it's easier for them. So they give us smaller numbers. One team's, got a mixture of more junior people. So they're kind of hesitant to give little numbers. I'm not that confident myself. So they use bigger numbers.
Backlog items are not sized until they're pulled into for a sprint. Is that right?
So specific numbers like points given to
Yeah.
them, we look at that in sprint planning.
Right. Okay.
So in backlog refinement, we will say, I don't think it's all that uncommon to go small, medium, large. So do we keep refining this item or not? So no, I think this is small enough to do in a sprint. We may stop with that in backlog refinement. When it comes time to pull it into a sprint, now we're going to get real specific about how many points we think it is. Or maybe we just stick with size, but sprint planning, that'll happen. There's no reason to do it before then.
What about when people on the team change? I mean, that's going to change your number.
Will that change the velocity?
Yeah.
Perhaps. So what do? You go into the next sprint using your velocity numbers and you're like, oh, either we finished very quickly or we didn't. And we're going to talk about that in our retrospective. And so then the next retrospective will adjust our velocity. It's either down or up depending on what we do. But yeah, every time you throw in a new team member, it changes a lot of things. And velocity may be one of them.
So just having the experience behind this, I don't necessarily believe, just based off what I've seen, that newer team members change the velocity that much. It's your typical alphas that are inside the team that are overbearing, right? They want to overinflate.
Well, that's,
You're correct. They can.
that's what I'm saying. If you get a younger or less experienced team member, then generally that's going to bring your velocity down in theory. Right? Or maybe you get some offsetting personalities, right? So maybe you have 2 strong personalities instead of, a strong.
Yeah,
and weak.
That's where I've seen most of that happen. is
Okay.
They want to control what the scrum master is trying to control during the meeting.
If you have a small team and a new member, an experienced member leaves and a new member comes in that needs training, that's definitely going to change your output for that until that person's fully charged up.
Might be, but it may be that you choose different backlog items. I mean, they're prioritized,
Change
but it
your
may
velocity.
be that, it could, yeah.
The composition of your team, to me, seems to have impact on your velocity, right? So whether it's a skill set or a seniority level, or an experience level, this is to me where the composition of the team impacts, how much work gets done.
So those of you who have worked agile, tell me if this is a true statement or not. You put together a team and you hope that team stays the same the whole way through the project. That's the goal. You keep a team together. Now, if you're building software, programmers, developers, cybersecurity people are in great demand, right? So switching teams, switching companies, moving, not uncommon, new people coming in. But ideally, you work really hard with an agile team to keep that team together.
And that's probably, I mean, doable for sprints, right? You could probably line up someone's departure with the end of a sprint or an iteration maybe.
Sure.
That's I mean, in a 2 week, you could probably, I think it'd be fair to ask an employee, to ask anyone, hey, can you finish this sprint? Can you finish this deliverable or this iteration? But when you're talking about longer term, maybe multiple sprints or longer pieces of the project. And then the other question I have is like, does this assume that you keep, so the same team finishes a sprint and then rolls into another sprint, same team?
Yes.
So you're not changing the dynamic of the team throughout the entirety of the project?
So there may be a part of the project where you need a different skill set and you just need them for that period of time. So you'll roll in a resource to help for that period of time and then no need to keep them on the team after that when they're not needed, right? So there may be some changes like that, but traditionally we're thinking software development. So developers come in and stay together throughout this project. But talking to government people whose software development projects go on for 6, 7, 8 years. And so of course people change and grow and move and get promoted and do some other things, right? So the team's going to change. But the velocity is just a tool to help you decide how many items you should pull into the next sprint. So when you have a team member going on vacation, you take that into accountability. When you have a team member leaving or you have a new team member joining, you start taking that into accountability. It's just a tool to help you decide how many items to pull into a sprint. So, one sprint may have 5 backlog items and one sprint may have 30 backlog items, but they both total 90 points. And that's our velocity. So we stop at 90, however many backlog items that is, right? We stop at 90. So one person may be working one task the whole time and another person may knock out 5 or 6 tasks during the sprint. Any questions online? Let the online people be quiet and confused. Keep rolling on. All right, I'm sure Shannon's taking care of all the online questions there anyway, right? Okay, what if it's a hybrid approach? What if it's part traditional and part agile? Well, the project manager manages the part that's traditional and the scrum manager manages the part that's agile. There's the answer. Test question. And assume for the test that this is an agile project that's within a traditional project. So the traditional project is really the overall framework and it just has a part of it that's agile. So the project manager is responsible for the overall framework. The project manager is responsible for the overall framework of the project. And the Scrum Master is just going to run the portion that's agile. So while you're working agile, the project manager just doesn't get vacation days. Because they're responsible for the overall framework, they're keeping responsibility for the value that's being created. They're still making sure the project's moving forward the way it moves forward. And in reality, there's probably still some traditional stuff that's moving forward while the agile process is working. Actually, Colonel Chris had a great example the first day, right, last week, where creating a
Future combat systems.
where the software is being developed while the rest of the end item is being made with a traditional approach. And so both the Scrum Master and the project manager are working together to create this. The project manager ultimately has the responsibility for the overall project. So I think the wording of the test question is the framework. Manager has responsibility for the overall framework of the project. Okay. Now, remember we talked definition of ready? Let me pull that back in. Our team are set. We're ready to go. We know what items we're going to use. We know what backlog items we're going to work on, and definition of done should be popping up here. Says these are the items we're going to work in this sprint. We're done, right? This is the desired end state. This is how we know we're finished. We're going to define, this is how we know that we are ready to present to stakeholders this backlog item. I know it's complete. I know it doesn't have to go back into the backlog. We know that from the definition of done.
These are the same definitions that we went over previously, right? Nothing changed? Okay.
So they apply to a sprint, they apply to a release, they apply to the overall project.
Ready to.
Oh, that I didn't use the definition of ready checklist to communicate with stakeholders about readiness. So maybe you have a checklist that says you're ready to go. Actually, before this class, we made checklists. So from my area of responsibility, these are the things that need to make sure get done and need to make sure are in the car. I'm here. All right, audiovisual people. Z's like, you want me to write out a checklist? Like write it down? I'm like, yes. Yes, because that's the only way at 5 o'clock in the morning, we're going to be like, yes. Like, is this in the car? Are we leaving it behind sitting in the living room? Right. So check all of the things we need to get. Right. So that's the definition of ready. For a Scrum team, for an Agile team, the Scrum Master is like, I have my team. I have whatever physical equipment I need. It's pretty simple, right? We're talking to our stakeholders. I don't think it's on
Second sentence.
second sentence.
It's not grammatically correct.
Oh, yeah, it should be begin, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm pointing that out. Nobody's ever pointed. Okay, that's our schedule. That's the topic of schedule. So let's go quickly review. Project management. This isn't all reviewed here. There's some new material here. The project manager has some responsibilities. They ensure the work package, that's the lowest level of the WBS, is broken down into required activities. So from the work package, we identify tasks and activities. Our dependencies and those precedence relationships, that's the finish, start, finish, start, finish. That those relationships are determined. So that's the project manager's job to make sure it gets done. The activity durations are estimated. The critical path is determined. And these last two items are newer items we didn't talk about. Resource allocation, over allocations are resolved. Especially in your line of work. You have too many resources. Do you care? Not so much. Give me the team members that I have, right? The more on the committee, the merrier. But to be good stewards of project manager, it's, we want to make sure we have the right resources, not too many, not too few. So, and that our schedule, I love this one, is compressed to meet any constraints. It's we have a realistic schedule. We have a realistic schedule. That's the project manager's job, to make sure that our schedule is realistic. For iterative, the product owner or project owner works with team members. Okay, so they work together a lot, but the project owner is going to set the cadence that we use. So identify iterations and sprints, how long the sprint is, how many iterations will take for the project. That's what the project owner is going to do. And then adopts the release timeframes. That's the iterations. We're going to put dates to them, plans them, and that is planned with team members. And then prioritizing happens with team members. Estimating and decomposing creating user stories. That's team member responsibility, right? Determines iteration velocity. That's what a project owner or product owner is doing. And then refines the backlog after each iteration and plans the next one. Okay, these are not Scrum Master tasks. These are project owner or product owner task. So there's at least one question on each of these slides that you should expect to see. Hopefully we've talked about them enough that when you just see it, you'll be able to go, okay, that. Of course, that's the responsibility of.
Just understanding the responsibilities is the question.
Yeah, yeah, so it'll say something like, which of these is responsibility of the project manager.
Got it.
Okay, and then we talked about all this terminology. A lot. So this is for you to look back on here. All right, questions about this? How many of you at TRANSCOM work in Agile project? Anybody online? Working traditional, mostly traditional? Because we work hard to find out what the requirements are. Sometimes we're left not knowing, but mostly. So, but J6 people think should be mostly Agile. Work for J6.
Get some people online saying agile.
I think J6 would be mostly Agile. Trying to put together a CJAD C2 process. We didn't even know where to begin. So it was really Agile stepping out there, trying to get to something that could be traditional, but so many unknowns. It's just Agile stepping out there. Okay. We're going to move on to another topic now with cost and budget. And there's where we are on the agenda, and then the cost management plan. And I think we ought to stop and take a break at this point. Huh? So we've been rolling for a little while. Pick up again, cost management. Let's do, let's go to half after to 1:30. So 13-minute break. Okay.
It's like, because it's larger house.
It's the market.
It's crazy.
It was an
All
awful
right,
market.
are you back online? Ready to roll?
I thought,
So we were talking about how bored the class today and online must be really bored. So I hope you guys have things going on to entertain yourself and staying with us while you're online. All right, let's talk budget. Everybody loves to talk money,
Yeah.
right?
I hate it.
Budget with the government's really entertaining.
Financing.
Easy working with government budgets. You don't have any. There's no money, there's no money. October, there's money. Oh, wait, there's no money again. Okay, so cost management plan, it's one of those 10 component plans of the project plan. And it's going to talk about how you're going to manage your budget. So all the topics that you want to think about how you manage your budget is what goes into the management plan. So how you're going to set up your accounts, how you're going to estimate your budget, how are you going to control it, how are you going to make sure that you don't spend too much? What if someone wants to spend more? How are you going to make those decisions? So the processes around budget is what you're going to put in your management plan. All right, budget. That's all we're going to talk about the management plan.
We kind of skipped a couple.
Did we skip some slides? Oh, just the very beginning.
Just, yeah.
Yeah, I did that before the break. I was like, oh, we're going to talk budget. Here's the agenda. Moving on. Break. Yeah. So, all right. So predictive, traditional, just like requirements. You know, if we can identify all of the requirements, we can create a great schedule and we can create a budget because we know what we need to do and we can estimate what it costs. We can Google and figure out the cost for everything. I know the cost of labor. We negotiated salaries with people. We know what they make. We know the cost of benefits. We can throw together a pretty good budget if we're working traditional and we've been able to identify all of our requirements. Now, like every other part of the plan, we make a budget and then stick to it. Don't change it. But if we need to change it, because sometimes we do, we go through that change control process. And we'll talk details of that probably next week, the change control process, maybe the fourth week, but somewhere in there. But we make a plan and we stick to it. And if we're going to change it, we're going to scrutinize that change, analyze the impact of it before we make any changes. With iterative, we just like to keep it to a certain amount. We want to create a software program and we hope it doesn't cost more than like 1.3 million. So this is the work you're going to do during this next release, maybe the next 6 months. However, I don't know how the government plans it out. I don't think it would be by fiscal year, but maybe by fiscal year or maybe by contract. So here's what we think the budget that you'll need. Right, so it's sort of incremental budgeting. Rather than the entire project having a budget, incrementally, we'll give you a budget. The government does that a lot because of fiscal year budgeting. So we can give you, you know, for a contract year with renewal, here's the money that comes with that. And if you need more, there's a process for that. Now, burn rate, we're going to talk about over the next 2 slides, but that's how quickly we burn through our money. How quickly we use our money, we call burn rate. So the rate of which we're spending our budget is our burn rate. And especially with iterative, we track burn rate to know if we're going to have enough to get us to the end of that time period. Theoretically, we like to see a consistent burn rate, but it doesn't work like that. Now, if it's true iterative software development, most of our cost is labor. And because we want a team to stay together as a team, our burn rate can be pretty consistent. Team doesn't change over time. Over this next year, our cost should stay pretty consistent. We should have a pretty consistent burn rate. And then hybrid is just a combination, right? We pay for what we know. We estimate what we don't. So here's a chart that's depicting burn rate. But it's depicting how much money we've spent. Probably should show this one second. So this particular chart, if I can get the pointer to work here. Yeah. This particular chart, it's working when I don't want it to. I can't get it to work. I'm failing today. All right, so this particular chart shows how much of our budget we've used. You can see from the bottom, we spent just a little bit in December, a little bit more in January, a lot more in February, and we've increased. The purple line across the top that comes in between 60 and 70,000, labeled at 63,000 is our budget. So that's the budget we had. This project had a budget of $63,000. And so they're using it. They get to May, they get to June and says, hey, boss, we're hitting really close to our budget. Can I get more money? I'm going to need more money for this project because we pretty much used all of it and we still have from June to February to go. And they said, we'll consider it, keep working. And so in July, they actually passed the budget. They spent more than what their budget was. And they're like, that's all right, we're working it. We'll get you an answer, just keep working. And so the answer comes in September. We have a little spike that happens where they increase the budget based upon what we gave them back in June. And you know what? We had already surpassed that, but they increased their budget to 72,000. We kept working, we spent. That's what that chart is showing. So the development estimate, the purple line, they got a little bump, but we still blew right through that.
It's typical.
Is that an example of not being able to calculate the burn rate? Like,
No, so the burn rate is how we've spent our money. So this line of all the purple bars is reflecting the burn rate, how our money's been spent. It could also be a burn down rate too, where we show the opposite.
yeah, but what I'm saying is like, you've got multiple points. You should be able to make something like a line. And it should be like, well, it looks like by February of 2013, we're going to be on path to spend something like $95,000 or something.
At the start of the project, they made a bad estimate on the total cost, because way back in December, they made a bad decision that they only thought this was gonna cost 63,000.
Yeah.
But information
That's not a
changes,
factor.
gas prices change. So if you're using a variable, I mean, all that changes, right? So inflation or cost of goods could change. And it could be outside of your control, whether it's gas or something else. And so,
Or you just be the government and say.
well, that too. Or, yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is in June, it seems like, I know this is fictitious data, but like in June, it looked like they should have asked more than 72,000.
So right after this section, we're going to get to earned value management. And in earned value management, we're going to calculate just that. If this is where we are at this point, how much more are we going to need to get to the end? Like, what's it really going to cost me now? If we continue the burn rate at this rate, what's it really going to cost us? That's earned value management. And that's what we're going to talk about after this. And it should come up at the end of the day when you're super tired and it really won't sink in. So we may wait to start with that next week.
Yes.
Because if I confused you with float, wait till we get to earned value management. Right?
You're saying we're going to.
Wait till we get there. It's gonna be glorious. Okay. Now I'm waking up a little bit. All right. So this is depicting burn rate. And you're right. There's a technique for that. And we're going to get to that. Maybe the end of today, maybe next week. All right. So Chris had brought up about a budget and contingency. And I'm like, oh, but here we're going to show contingency. All right. This chart has just changed. And this is the chart they intend to put on the exam, but I'm not sure it's on the exam yet. The chart on the exam may just have 3 columns, and I'll tell you what those 3 columns are. But I think this is the chart. I think it's probably on the exam now. Maybe, I don't know, 50-50 whether it's on the exam. This is how we read this chart. Let's start on the far side in the gray boxes. So we have our activity cost estimate. We did bottom-up estimating. We looked at every task and activity in our work breakdown schedule. And just as we calculated duration, we calculated cost. And then we added it all up. And here's what we think it's going to cost us to do all of the tasks and activities in our WBS dictionary. And then, as it's been brought up a couple times, there's this contingency we may need. We know that it only accounts for about 80% of what our costs are, right? We're doing a construction project. You know what? It's starting to rain. It looks like it's going to pass. Let's just stop and wait it out, right? So we're going to pay for labor, but no work's being done. Where's the key to the backhoe? Who has the key? Who had it last? I don't know. It takes 2 hours to find the keys. So work's not being done. So we lose productivity because of that, right? Just think about the times you lose productivity because we can't get everybody together for a meeting. And And, you know, I can't get my stakeholders together to do, to get some feedback. So I can't move forward until I do this, or I can't move forward until the inspector comes. So the inspector can't come for 2 weeks. I lost 2 weeks of work, completely out of my control. I can't even say, will you come for $100? Don't do that for an inspector. That's different than just the contract at Home Depot and stuff. Okay, don't.
Learning all the tricks.
Government inspector, don't say for $100, will you come sooner? Don't do that.
It's-
Okay, but anyway, so you may want a contingency based upon what you know your team's velocity is. Let me throw that out there for a traditional term here, right? So plus, you know, the price of gas may go up and I don't know, the cost of supplies may go up, right? We have an 8% inflation rate. So let me add 8% for that, whatever it is, right? So we build in a little contingency. It's okay. We're not fudging numbers. We're not cheating. This is making it realistic. It's what we want to do, make it realistic. So it's based upon my knowledge, my experience of what we've done in the past and how things work. It's how it goes. It's okay. I know I'm going to lose time because of certain things, or I'm going to lose, something's going to cost more than what we thought. I'm going to have to change a vendor. There's a vendor who's not going to deliver, happens every single time, and I'm going to have to get a new vendor and it's going to cost me more. So I'm going to plan for that. And if it doesn't happen, great, we'll give the money back. But it might. So that's the contingency part. This is called the work package cost estimate. This is your, this is called your budget at completion.
Great one.
They end up changing that, the gray.
All of
This,
the,
all of the gray, both your contingency reserve and your activity costs. If this chart isn't updated, what you'll see is a chart with 3 columns, and the gray will be one solid box of gray. And it's your project's budget. They use budget over here, so that's what I'm trying to get a different word. A budget at completion. When I am finished with all of my tasks, this is how much money I should have spent. My budget at completion. We often just call it budget, but when I add up the cost of everything that I'm going to do, this is the dollar amount I get. My budget at completion.
The difference is that's focusing on what you think the tasks are going to cost, the total of tasks plus a little bit of contingency.
Right.
Got it.
Which
This is the next one.
because I have some variability in my task, right? So if it's only a 3 box, that gray will be 1 box, 1 complete box.
Okay.
Okay. Then I have a contingency reserve. Now, my contingency reserve isn't just extra money in case I need it. There are risks that we have identified, because remember, we work on all of our management plans simultaneously. So we've already started identifying risk. We want to identify as many risks as we can at this point, because all of our risks have a response. And those responses cost money. And that's the money in our contingency reserve. That contingency reserve is tied to risk. So if a risk occurs, we have money available to respond to it. It's not like, oh my, the activities cost more than I needed, so I can dip into my contingency reserve. That's not what this golden reserve is for. That's this little gray reserve over here. This golden reserve is for risk response, a contingency plan when things go wrong. Okay, so if you see the budget chart with only 3 blocks, not 5, the gray one will be for your project, and then this gold one will be there, and it will have a contingency reserve on top. All 3 blocks will be gray, by the way. They won't be colored like this. They'll all 3 be gray. But the work package cost, your budgeted completion, plus your contingency reserves, that's for responding for risk. So that's a test question in itself. This contingency reserve is about responding for risk. And in this box won't be there if there's only 3 of them. This says, we call this control accounts. The project manager has control of the contingency reserve and the work package. Combined, this is the money that the project manager has control of. Sorry, people online can't see me pointing. The box labeled accounts equals our work package costs plus the contingency reserve. That's the money the project manager controls. As we move over to the light green, you'll see it changes names to cost baseline. Your budget baseline, your cost baseline is this golden box. It's the cost of your work packages, doing the work package, plus the contingency reserve. That makes up your budget baseline.
Can you go over that one more time?
Right? So your budget baseline consists of everything in this gray box, what it costs to do all of the tasks, plus accounting for the variables that happen. The money it takes to do all the tasks with some variables. And then we add a contingency reserve that allows us to respond when a risk occurs. So risk responses like you fail the inspection, you got to back up and do some work over again. It's going to cost a little bit of money. You can spend money out of your contingency reserve for that. A team member leaves, you don't have anybody else in-house to do that. So you're going to contract labor to add to your team. And so I'm pulling that out of my contingency reserve fund. Equipment breaks and I have to buy some new equipment or rent equipment. I'm pulling that out of my contingency reserve fund. So those are risks that I've identified. I know what the cost is to respond to that risk. And I put that in here in my contingency reserve, and I only use that if the risk occurs. My contingency reserve plus the work package cost estimate make up the cost baseline. So this light green box is the third box. If you see only 3 boxes on the chart, it'll be the light green box, the gold box, and the gray box. This light green box says, here's your budget, your cost baseline. That's what you're going to compare to say, am I over budget or under budget? Plus, maybe you get a little help when you're out of money and you go, hey, boss, I need some more money. It looks like the project's going to be out of money. You know, all of these things have happened. You know, do you have more money somewhere that you can give me? Please, please, grovel, grovel. I need more money for my project or we're going to die in the water. And remember, this project's adding so much value to you that we're going to keep it going, right? Please, 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 do you have any more money you can give me? And perhaps the manager goes, well, I have a little reserve. So I'll kick your project over some more money. That's the management reserve. You don't get to control any of it as a project manager until the manager gives it to you and rolls it into what will then become your budget baseline. All right, I'll give you some more money. We'll add that to your project. Okay, so 3 pools of money. What it takes to do all of the tasks is the gray box. Contingency reserve for risk, to respond to risk, and management reserve that you get only if the manager has money in reserve and will give it to you. And all of that makes up the project budget. Okay, so this is a new test question. The project budget is equal to management reserve plus contingency reserve plus your, I guess it's now going to be called activity cost estimates.
I found a diagram that calls it the work cost estimates.
Work cost estimate was what it called. Thank you. The work cost estimate. This is what I'm estimating the work will cost.
Could you call it the work package cost estimate?
You could call it whatever you wanted to.
Because the gray box is the lower part of the orange box, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
This gray box.
2 reserves, the contingency reserve, management reserve, and then
So the management reserve,
Track
plus
it.
the contingency reserve, plus this gray box,
Which is called activity cost estimates.
activity cost estimates.
Okay.
That makes up what's now being called the project budget. But as the project manager, you don't control the management reserve. You don't even know if it exists, which is why it bothers me that they rolled this in here to a project budget when a management reserve may not even be there.
Because you're not planning on using that.
Don't plan on using it. So it used to be the project budget was pulled back over here. This gold box equaled the project budget.
Yeah.
Management reserve was optional on top of that, but it just changed this just in the last 6 weeks, maybe. Just got changed. So because it got changed in the material about 6 weeks ago, instructors are supposed to get a 30-day notice before it goes on the test. Maybe on the test, but they may not have gotten around to it yet because they're doing so many application audits. I don't know. Okay. So I'm like 50-50. You may see this on the test rather than just the 3-bar test.
Which one is budget at completion?
This gray box is really your budget at completion. When I complete all of my work, this is how much money it should take me to do it. So this gray box is your budget at completion. We mostly just call the budget.
Yeah.
And you have contingency for when life happens. And then if you really run out, go grovel to the manager and maybe they give you management reserve.
It's a confusing way of saying the gray is your budget, and then there's two different forms of extra backup money.
There's 2 reserves
Two
to add to your budget. That's how it used to be till about 6 weeks ago. Any more questions online? Good online?
Boss get taxed.
Okay, so how do we estimate our budget? Very similar to estimating a schedule. Historical data. So we look in the lessons learned repository. We say, okay, similar projects cost this amount. This project should be very similar, so we'll have similar costs. Remember, analogous, this project is similar to this project, or these resources are similar to what we spent on these resources, so I can estimate the cost based upon how similar they are. Bottom up estimating, that's adding up the cost of every task and activity in the work package. Adding them up takes a long time, but it's the most accurate. So there is a test question out there that is, your manager comes to you, says, wants you to do an estimate for the budget. Again, give him something that's really accurate. You're going to say bottom up estimating. Give me something that's just in the ballpark, but you got to give it to me quickly. Analogous. Bottom up estimating is accurate. Analogous is quick.
Both of those might be questions.
They're both questions. They're scenario questions, so you'll have to pick out accuracy, quickness. A top-down estimating is where we're going to, again, look at our WBS. We have our project, then we have those chunks, and we're going to estimate just based upon those chunks. So again, analogous, but by piece. So we're not going all the way down to our work package, just top down for a little bit. So it's analogous with experience. So it's not as accurate as bottom up estimating. It should be a little more accurate than analogous because I'm looking at different pieces, putting them together rather than just looking overall and guessing what it may be like. That's top down estimating. Get you a little bit closer. It's still not the best, but it's, looking at each of the chunks. Put it in my WBS language. Okay, then we have a rough order of magnitude. It's another way to get started, but it's not just analysis. So we may do a Google search and say, oh, well, I see a range of costs. It could be from, this point to this point. So rough order of magnitude, I would just know these numbers, minus 25 to plus 75%. So minus 25% under the cost up to 75% over the cost. So here's a range of what I think it may cost you. So just based on a little bit of research I have, it's as cheap as this or could be as expensive as this. So in buying my new house, I have one item on my Gantt chart where I put a budget column next to it. And I'm like, this is from $200 to $1,800. There's the range I got right now, depending on what really goes on. 200 to 1,800. So somewhere in there,
Big range.
it's a pretty big range, but that's a rough order of magnitude. It's getting me started. So I looked at 1,800. How much money do I really need? Oh, how much do I have? This is an area where I know I got to look at. I may move closer to that 200 range, but as I get moving and find out more specifics, like the inspector comes out, tells me a little bit more, now I can get a more definite estimate. And a definite estimate is 5% below to 10% above. So our range is much smaller. And I could probably work with a -5 plus 10% throughout my whole project, right? It's going to vary a little bit. Some things will be under, some things will be over. Hopefully it balances out. So rough order of magnitude gets us started. And then ideally we want to move it into more of a definitive estimate. We may do phase estimating. And so kind of like top down, we just looked at the chunks of our project. We may look at it just by phase too. In this phase, I think it's going to cost about this much money based upon what we're going to do, the skill set I need in this phase. When I get to this phase, I need a much different skill set and they're a lot more expensive. So I think this phase is going to cost more. And then there's the old planning poker. Let's bring it back. Let's just guess with planning poker, how much do you think this is going to cost, right? And everybody gets to say in planning poker, affinity grouping, that's where we're going to.
Sounds like a Price is Right.
I jumped to iterative without telling you, these are really iterative ones, planning poker and affinity grouping. So it's really every team member just making their own individual guess. And as a group, we come up with, again, the rules of how we do that. We take an average, we take majority, throw out high, low, and go with the middle. We'll determine how to do that. But iterative may use planning poker or affinity grouping. Affinity grouping, post-it notes, come up with themes. So here we'll come up with ranges. So with predictive, what is it that we estimate? That's what this slide is really saying. What is it we estimate? So we have all of these items at the top that we're going to think about estimating. And then we're going to think about if PMI says resources, just resources, we're talking people. So for the exam, if it says resources, it's people. If they mean computers, material, lumber, wire, they'll say physical resources. So physical resources will be things and resources will be people. So we're going to think about how many people we need, but we're also going to think about the attributes like they need to be SMEs. They need to be subject matter experts. We can have entry-level recent college graduates. They need to have a PMP certification. It's going to cost you $20,000 a year more. They need to have Security Plus or ITIL 4 certifications. You need to have whatever, right? So when we know all of that, the skill levels, the attributes about our resources, about our people, we factor that into the budget as well too. And then sometimes with people, we just take an average rate. So I know we're going to have, on average, developers make about $130 an hour, right? That's about $260 a year plus benefits plus whatever. And then we just say, okay, our team's going to have 6 developers. I need 6 times 130 hours. They're all going to work 2,080 hours a year. Here's my budget. And then of course we can quantify it as. So with Agile, the cost is mostly labor. So what we can do is figure out our cost per point. So we just add up our team salary and know that they generally do 90 points a sprint. A sprint is 2 weeks. So for this month, there'll be 2 sprints. For this quarter, there'll be 12 and a half sprints for the quarter. It's going to say they keep doing 90 points. I know my cost per point. And so how many points is that? And then I can estimate my total budget.
When are we doing the budget?
The budget?
Yeah, when are we doing it?
Well, so we want to make a plan up front. We're going to estimate a budget, but with iterative, you may do an iterative budget. So let me do a budget for this next release. So in this next release, it's going to have 3 sprints, 2 weeks each, that's 6 weeks. If they do my salary for the team for a sprint, I'm going to take half a month. My team salary is $240,000. Oh, it's going to be more than that. $240,000 for a sprint. They do 90 points in a sprint. 90 divided by 240,000. I should have picked easier numbers. Is that math?
No, I'm tracking what you're saying. The reason I asked is simply because it didn't seem to make sense to try to use the velocity to calculate your budget if this is a new team. And so if you're doing it at the beginning, you're not probably using your velocity to calculate that.
Yeah.
If it's like
Yeah.
on a second release.
So you don't have a velocity in the very beginning.
Right.
So you couldn't use this. You couldn't use this technique if you're starting. Right?
I mean, so basically your cost per point is only as good as your estimate of your points.
That's right.
And so I think that's what he's getting at is, if your points,
All of your baselines are only as good as your estimates.
yeah.
Put it in the Navy terms, the risk.
Because the baselines are what you use to compare how good you are, how well you're managing the project. If you start with a bad baseline, you can't ever make yourself look good. Not that it's about making yourself look good, but how are you going to manage your project if you start with a bad baseline? It's really hard to manage, right? So getting the baselines as accurate as you can is really, really important. Especially with budget, because if you come up front and say, this is the budget I think we need, and your estimates are bad, then your project may not even go. Right? You get so far and you just can't do anymore because that's all we planned. And then over time, you can see the trend for quick estimating. Right? So you need over time for a velocity. So iterative, agile approach, adaptive, rolling wave focuses on short-term budgeting. We're going to talk budget at sprint planning, and we're going to talk budget at retrospectives. And every management plan topic that's talked about in retrospect. I think budget's probably a little bit less than other topics. It's really how much work did we get done? It's talked about in retrospect. And then for hybrid, you can use any of the techniques as they apply to whether it's traditional or agile. All right, things that disrupt the budget. Change in scope or requirements. So maybe the stakeholders asked you to do something different. Remember our triple constraint triangle? We have scope, schedule, and budget. A change to one of them is going to affect at least one of the others. So kind of common for budget to get affected anytime someone's like, I have a good idea. What if we did this? Is that in a requirement, right? Or a requirement shrink can affect the budget. A risk happening can affect the budget, right? Base flooded, send everybody home. Less work was getting done. Going to take longer to do it now. If it takes longer, it may affect the budget. Or I don't know why tornadoes stuck in my head. That's not long ago in the middle of class, the tornado sirens go off, like everybody has to go to the basement. And I'm like, I was teaching online to a group of people in California. I'm like, sorry, guys, I have to go to the basement. They're hearing sirens go off, right? I'm like, oh, that's what happens. So now we have to figure out how to make that up, right? There was no other class time. There's no other budget assigned to this. So I volunteered to do some things to make up for it, right? That's just what we have to do. But risk happen, affects your budget. There are risks that we didn't identify Or we didn't think would really happen, so we didn't put a budget against it, and then it happens. So I'm using my contingency budget for risk that I didn't plan to use my contingency budget for. So let's hope some of those other risks that I did plan for don't happen. A change to the estimates. So, you know, we had a pandemic. What happened to construction prices? Through the roof when everybody's home wanting to remodel. Supply chain shortages. TRANSCOM works with supply chain shortages all the time, right? We're trying to move everything to keep supply chain shortages from happening, but it affects the cost. All right. So budgets at TRANSCOM. Wicked money? People work Wicked? O&M money?
Oh.
You ever get to mix them? No?
It's, no.
No, with quotes. All right, who online has a story about their budget affecting their project?
See, I couldn't start because we didn't have a budget approved. So we waited a year.
So TRANSCOM Anywhere project was started a year ago, but couldn't actually start
Yes,
because money wasn't available for an entire year.
that is correct.
Because it works off of fiscal years and you have to wait till new funding. Right, so AMC building on post, getting remodeled, stripped down to the pillars, asbestos, things we found, didn't expect to find. Oh my God, we can't remodel this building. We got to tear it down and rebuild it. Hold on, remodel is this color of money. Tear down, rebuild, capital expenditure, completely different color of money.
That's Milcon now.
You can't use the money that you had set aside for this project. You can't even use anymore. Stop the project. We got to use a different pool of money. Oh, that money is not available until not just the next fiscal year. We've already planned that and spent it. Put it in the queue for the following fiscal year.
You're back at
That building's going to sit there,
spot.
air flowing through it. Right? Has been any progress on that building made in the last 6 months?
I can tell.
They pick it up? They're tearing down. It's nothing's being rebuilt, right? No, it's going to sit for a while longer.
What they found was this, the whole building's sinking. So when they went in, so one of the requirements was it's got to be earthquake resistant, right? And the engineer said, well, we got to dig pillars down this far. And when they dug the pillars down this far, they found it was not suitable for that in the whole building.
They have started putting bricks on it though.
They what?
They started putting bricks on it though. I think they fixed the lane thing after like a year.
Like one of the facades.
That was sitting for a while, right? Because we had to wait for that color of money to
Really
be
good question.
available. That's the story with that building.
Everybody's,
Just get rid of them. There's them now. Figure it out.
Yeah.
So I moved to Illinois because I got hired for a job to work in that building. COVID, everybody worked from home. Okay, we're ready to come back to work. Wait, we're gonna remodel the building. So I actually went into the building just to move stuff out of it. And then I worked there another year. And then I went to TRANSCOM for 18 months. And then I've been on my current project for 6 more months and they're just starting to move on it. So there's where it was, all because of the color of money, budget affecting that project to sit still. And if I was a contractor who had that contract counting on that, oh, bummer,
Out of your control.
bummer, yes. Okay. Earned value management.
Go.
I think we could do it. I think we could do it here. So let's take a break.
Okay.
Clear your head a little bit. Come back because I'm going to stuff it with all kinds of confusing fluffing. Fluff stuff. No, actually, they've simplified it on the exam now, so hopefully it's going to go, it'll be simpler for you. Okay? But it's still tough. We're gonna roll with it tonight. We're gonna keep it going. So let's take a 10-minute break. So 20 after, we'll kick up again with earned value management.
Army Cool did paper.
Okay.
Five lines.
Yeah, you gotta do it. I would do it really
Oh.
quick.
Okay, we have just made a bet. But my performance today has been such low energy that everybody online is asleep. That was my bet. I put all of you to sleep, like hypnotized. It's a constant, that's all there is online out there. So, okay, John's there. All right, okay. All right, I was pretty, well, of course, you're a warrant. We never know when warrant officers are. Okay. So, I grew up in the maintenance community, so thank God for warrant officers. It's the only thing that kept my career going. Okay, all right. All right. Good. That's because you guys have a nonstop supply of caffeine you have access to whenever you need it there. Hopefully you do anyway. Okay. Head clear? Ready for, ready for me to like fill it with more confusion today? Okay, so this section used to be pretty heavy math, and they eliminated all of the math questions except for two. I think they meant to eliminate them, but they forgot about them. They were hiding out there. They're still there. So there may be two that you may see. But otherwise, it's about, let me introduce you to the concepts and how we get to the numbers. And I think there's probably some math in my slides. We're not going to do the math here. But really understand what these numbers mean. So there is likely to be upwards of 10 questions on earned value management on the exam, you may see. Some people end up with a lot. Some people have like two. I don't know how they get lucky enough for two. But if you look at these as logic problems, not math problems, you can more easily answer the questions. Okay, so I'm going to walk through them with some math, but just so you understand where the numbers come from and hopefully figure out you can learn what they mean. And then if you look at questions as logic, not math, you're going to be okay. Right? With all that said, it can still be confusing. So let's talk earned value management. So earned value management is talking about just not what we've done, but what value have we earned from the work that we've done. And it's expressed in dollars. So it's the value of the work we've done expressed as dollars. So EV stands for earned value. That's how much work we've completed. Just what have we done? It's just that simple. EV is what we plan to do. What's our planned value? It's our baseline schedule and our baseline cost. So earned value management applies to the schedule as well as cost, as well as our budget. Our actual cost is the money we've spent, money that's missing out of our budget, the checks we've written, that's the actual cost. Our budget at completion is our planned budget. Our budget at completion. So I threw that word up earlier. Now, you're going to say, here's my budget that we're going to use to calculate this. Will you include your contingency reserve as well? Maybe, it doesn't matter. If you do, you do. Just use it consistently. It's okay, right? But we're calling your budget at completion is your planned budget. May or may not include your contingency reserve. That's up to you. Our estimate at completion. So that's what we talked about earlier, looking at the burn rate chart, right? So this is how our project's been going so far. Based upon that, what really will it cost us at the end? What is our schedule really going to be at the end? That's our estimate at completion. And then our estimate to completion is, okay, if this is our new end goal, this is our new budget or a new schedule, how much more do we need to get there? How much more do we need to get to the finish line? That's the estimate to completion. Okay, so these are our terms. We're going to use earned value management to decide, are we ahead of schedule or behind schedule? Are we over budget or under budget? How much more do we need to get somewhere?
Do we talk about how to calculate EV at one point?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about where we get all of these from.
Okay.
So let me just show you this little chart and we're gonna walk through it a little bit more. So our planned value is just our baseline, right? So this could be budget or schedule, but we'll say it's our budget. And so that's the gold line that goes all the way across over to 12. That's our planned value. That's what we've planned to do for these 12 months of our project. The light yellow line is our earned value. That's what we've actually done. It just means the work we've done. The number of requirements that have been completed, the number of backlog items that we've completed. Earned value is simply the work that's been done, expressed as dollars. Okay. So here's our work that's been done, is this light gold line, looks kind of pinkish here. And then our actual cost, the money we've actually spent, is the blue line here. So if we want to compare, just looking at this, we can determine if we're over, under budget, or ahead of schedule or behind schedule, just by plotting these three lines out. So this is our plan, our gold line. Let's look at 4. I'm just picking one here. Here's what we've planned to do, is the gold line at the bottom. This lighter color line in the middle is our earned value, what we've actually done.
We're ahead of schedule and over budget.
So I was about to ask, are we ahead of schedule or behind schedule? Well, we've done more than what we planned, so we're ahead of schedule. Right? Now, this is our plan or budget as well, right? Our planned value expressed in dollars. And this is the blue line atop is what we've spent. So we've spent more than what we planned. So we're over budget, ahead of schedule, but over budget. Right?
Okay, so the purple line, though, you wouldn't compare that necessarily to the orange line. You would compare that to the tan line.
What are you trying to,
To say that we're over, if we're, for instance, if we were ahead of schedule and we finished 6 months early, but kept the budget the same, then the entire time that orange line is going to be above the orange line, right? The tan line will always be above the orange line, and it just always will be, right? But the purple line and the tan line should basically be on top of each other as long as you stay on budget.
if we are on budget,
Mm-hmm.
it will be like at month 6, where the blue line and the orange line intersect right there.
Yep.
That is on budget. We have spent exactly what we planned.
But we didn't do what we thought we would have done. So we would have spent more money at the 6-month mark than we thought we would have more done at that 6-month mark right now
Because of the earned value.
because of the earned value. So in essence, at the end of the project, in theory, we will be over budget.
Well, you may have spent less, but you may have done less.
I guess if you've changed the scope,
Yeah.
then you could not be over
Or maybe it
budget.
didn't require quite as much work. Maybe you thought it was gonna take 200 hours and it only took 160.
No, that would just change the budget. That wouldn't change your earned value.
Okay,
I guess,
so this is the money we've actually spent. We spend it, the line changes. If we don't spend it, doesn't change, right?
Yep.
So the money we spent is different than the work we've completed. Okay, now the work we completed, we're gonna express in dollars. Our schedule and our budget are both the same plan line because we're expressing that in terms of dollars. It's the plan. Their plan, budget. This is the work we've done as expressed in dollars, so we can compare that to a plan budget. And this is what we've actually spent, right?
So in theory, would you like the blue line to be at or below the earned value line?
Well, everybody likes to say
Of
they're
equity.
on plan or below what
Yeah, but then you would have what we call equity, right? So
becomes
have a
equity.
project that has more value than what you paid for it.
But how do you calculate the value?
Yeah, so if we have, we'll talk about that in just a minute here.
Yeah.
So if you like this entire line, we have paid more, the blue line, than what we have earned in the work we've done. The light color line here, right?
I suspect that's common for startup costs, right, on
Yes.
project.
Could be, could be. Sometimes there's a lot of startup costs, but not a lot of activity. And so sometimes we have to spend a lot of money up front and then not so much later on. Sometimes we don't have to spend a lot up front, but we spend it all in the middle and then catch up, right? So,
That should also be accounted.
but in this situation, if we compare the blue line to the tan line, what we are saying is we've spent, I'm in month 2, I spent $140 for a product that is worth $80.
Based on the value we assigned.
Yeah, so I paid 140 for something worth 80.
Can you clarify, how do you determine earned value? I guess that's where I'm struggling
Yes.
to make that understand.
Yes, yes, I will. Let's move on.
Okay.
Let's move on. We'll come back to
I
this.
feel like almost everything is based off of how we calculate that. We need that.
So let's talk about some formulas, and then we're going to get to an example where that's going to become very clear how we calculate the earned value, okay? So bear with me about 3-4 more slides, and then we're going to get to an example where that will become really clear.
Okay.
Okay, so schedule. Are we ahead of schedule, behind schedule? Are we progressing like we plan to? So we're going to look at a variance to say how do we compare to our plan? Are we on plan, which has no variance, or do we vary by ahead or behind schedule, right? And so how much do we vary? And we calculate that by saying our schedule variance is equal to our earned value minus the planned value. So a variance is a subtraction problem. So earned value always comes first. Actually, you don't have to know the formulas now, so you don't have to calculate. So I don't have to tell you the tricks to remembering the formulas now. I adjust my script. Earned value compared to planned value, right? So earned value minus planned value tells us our variance, not value, goodness gracious. Earned value minus our planned value tells us our scheduled variance. How much are we varying from the plan? How much do we differ from the plan? If it's 0, we're right on plan. If it's below 0, oh, that's not good. Negative numbers, that's not good. We're behind schedule. If it's above, that means our planned value is greater than, if we're above, our earned value is greater than what we planned, and that's good. We're ahead of schedule. Okay. So this is what's important to remember from the test so you don't have to calculate it. For a variance, if it's below 0, that's not good. We're behind schedule or we're over budget. If it's a positive number, we're ahead of schedule or we're under budget. That's good. Okay, a positive number is good, negative number is not very good. So that's the variance. For the performance index, it's telling us how well we're performing. So think about, give it your all, give it 100%. If you can give it 100%, 100% is equal to 1.0 for 100%, right? That's right on plan. Right on plan. If you are working at 110%, you are doing more than what you've planned to do. So if your schedule performance index is greater than 1, 110%, 1.1, that's good. You're going to be ahead of schedule. You keep working like that. So greater than 1 is good. If it's less than 1, you're working at 90% efficiency, 80% efficiency. If you're only at 80% efficiency, you're not going to be able to keep up with the plan. So less than 1, 0.8 is 80%. 0.8 means that you're behind schedule. So if you think about it that way, that makes some sense. If at 110%, you're just cranking. Anything above 1.1 is 110%. Going to be ahead of schedule, or you're going to be under budget. It's good. If you're managing your budget at 80% efficiency, you're losing about 20% of your money flying out the window somewhere. So you're going to be over budget, or you're going to be behind schedule. So that's the performance index. There's the formulas. The formulas are the same for cost. We just use the cost variance as EV minus actual cost rather than planned value. Performance is division problem, but you don't have to do these calculations anymore on the exam. So don't worry about the formulas now. Just look at, the numbers mean below or above 0 for the variance, below or above 1 for the performance index. Okay. So let's look at an example and we'll figure out variance and performance index.
So how far into this do we have to wait to learn how to calculate earned value?
Right now,
Okay.
maybe the next slide, because let me set up the scenario.
Okay.
Anna's going to write a book about project management for the government. Now, Anna's going to write a book. All right, so Anna got with a publisher and the publisher said, I like this idea. I'll hire you to write this book. The book's going to consist of 10 parts, an intro, 8 chapters, and a conclusion. Okay, there's the 10 parts for Anna's book. By the way, my friend Joellen at SIUE, I said, hey, I like this scenario. Can I use your slide? She said, yeah, just give me credit for it. So SIUE is on there. I'm giving credit to Joellen, my friend, for sealing her Anna wrote a book scenario. So 10 parts, intro, 8 chapters, conclusion. She's going to start in January. She's going to finish by November 1st. She's going to get paid $25 an hour. And she thinks that each part, I'm going to call them all chapters, those 10 chapters will take about 200 hours to write. Okay, so it's going to take me 200 hours to write the intro, 8 chapters, and a conclusion on average, $25 an hour. So how much is that intro worth expressed in dollars? 200 hours to write it, $25 an hour. That intro is worth $5,000, $5,000. $25 an hour times 200 hours, $5,000. That's the earned value there is $5,000. After she writes the intro, she will have earned $5,000 worth of work based on her estimate. See where estimates are important here? So based on her estimate, 200 hours, paying $25 an hour, the chapter is $5,000. So if we were to put it in a, graph it, January 1st, we started writing, hasn't earned anything yet. The plan is a chapter a month. Each chapter has got a value of $5,000 based on what she's paid and the amount of work she thinks it is. So after the conclusion, 10 parts, each $5,000, the book should cost about $50,000. The publisher should pay Anna, the plan is $50,000 for this book. So this is her budget at completion. That lower gray box for adding up all of the work packages, $50,000. It's her budget at completion. When she's done at completion, $50,000. Okay. This is just as simple as how we get earned value. The amount of work, putting a dollar figure to it. $5,000 for each part.
If you know, obviously, what your team members' costs are, right?
Right.
Okay.
So it could be, cost per point, backlog items, as many points we think, or, in a traditional project, we're going to lay out a schedule. We have cost associated with every task. We can figure out our budget that way.
This is traditional. This would be a traditional setup.
This is a traditional project.
Yeah.
Yeah, she knows her requirements up front. Hopefully she knows kind of an outline of what's going to go in it. She'll fill it out and do it. Yeah. Okay. So here we can plot it. Here's our, our cost and our time. That's our planned value. All right, we're going to start writing January. So by February 5th, our plan is to have $5,000 worth of work. March, our plan is to have $10,000 worth of work. In April, our plan is to have $15,000 worth of work and so forth. All right, so there's how we plot that out.
Are planned value lines typically straight line or?
It just depends.
Okay,
So, the less, I don't say accurate your estimate, but if you're going to do analogous, I think it's going to be pretty consistent like this project over time. But if you know a lot of details to your project, then you often see lines move based upon when I know I need more resources or less resources, and when I'm
Basis.
doing phases. Some phases cost more, so I may just plot it out by phase, and you'll see a chart that looks pretty jagged. Yeah, it just depends. It doesn't have to be straight line. Makes it easier when it's straight line, but that's. Okay. So for Anna, each completed work package, right? If she's going to break this out to a WBS, her work package is the lowest level. That's the intro, the chapters, and the conclusion. So we have an earned value of $5,000. Additionally, her publisher agreed to pay her $100 per page as well too. So if she presents at the 1st of March, she should have the intro and chapter 1 done, and she's working ahead. So she's in chapter 2 by 4 pages when she presents her deliverable. She's earned 2 chapters and a couple pages. So he said, all right, I'll pay you $100 per page as well. Okay, so that's the agreement she has with her publisher. So let's figure out how Anna's getting paid. As of April 1st, Anna has finished the introduction, chapter 1, 35 pages of chapter 2. And she spent 650 hours of writing. You know, she gets paid $25 an hour. Now, as of April 1st, what do we already know from this scenario?
She's ahead of schedule.
She's behind because
She's
she should
behind.
get a chapter 2 completion.
She should have completed chapter 2.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, when did we start? I'm sorry.
We started January 1. She thought she could knock out
yeah.
1 section a month. So intro in February, chapter 1, March. So already we know she's behind. Like she should have finished chapter 2. She's 35 pages into it. I don't know how big it is, right? 650 hours of writing. So how much has she been paid or will be paid? 650 hours, $25 an hour. $16,250 we've paid, right? So is she over budget or under budget?
Over budget.
Over budget, right? She hasn't even hit the value we wanted of 15,000. She's spending more, right? All right, Anna. So without even doing any calculations, we can tell that she is behind schedule and over budget. Boy, some writer's block's been happening there, something, right? Come on, Anna, taking too many breaks. Well, you need more coffee. So again, you don't have to do any calculations on the test anymore. So we're not going to figure out each one of those, just what we've done here, right? So you know already from the scenario, if they give you something like this, you can stop right here and say, oh, you're over budget. Okay, so here's our numbers. We have a planned value, 15,000. Her earned value, what she's actually done is 13,500 because she got 5,000 for the intro, 5,000 for chapter 1, $100 a page for chapter 2, 3,500. So her earned value is 13,500. That's the work she's actually done expressed in dollars. The actual cost is 16,250. So far her publisher has paid $16,250 for a product that's worth $13,500. Publisher's not making a pretty good deal here, is it? Right? So if we were to plot it out, you can see a little bit of variance in this chart, right? We haven't gone very far yet. She's a little bit off, but if we were to plot it out, you would see that the actual cost is above the plan and the earned value is below the plan.
This is a tricky example because the actual cost of writing a book is 0. There are no, I mean, other than your pen and your paper. Now, for me,
Yeah, your time.
The person.
No, that's the cost of
That's-
resources.
but that's her billable time. Your billable time is never equal to your actual cost. If you were, then you would never make any money.
Remember, a resource is a person, physical resources, the equipment and materials.
So that's the cost to Anna that she needs. Anna furnished her own computer, printer. She may have sent it to them electronically. I don't know what her cost is.
That's what she's charging.
This is what the publisher's cost, right?
That's what the
So-
publisher's pay.
The publisher has
That's what
paid
she's
her.
charging.
That's what they agreed to. We have a contractual obligation, so it doesn't matter what he's paying and what she,
But the cost to her would not be the same as what the cost is she's charging, or else she would never make any money.
Oh, of course. But with earned value, we're not talking about Anna's cost. We're talking about the value our project has earned.
Right.
So the book is the project. So we're talking about the value our project has earned. And so our project right now has earned 13,000, what was it? $500 at a cost of 16,250. She's not even working for the government and came up with these numbers. That's almost a good deal for the government to only be off that much, right?
Are we gonna be automatically be off? Because when we went back to our estimates, we never calculated the $100 per page in there.
No, that's not an addition. That's basically, I think the publisher said, we will, for the purposes of calculation, we will assume $100 per
Thank
page.
you.
And we will assume 50 pages per chapter.
So Anna's like, look, you can't wait till I'm done to pay me. I have to eat. So, and he's like, all right, we'll pay you $100 per page. Maybe she's invoicing the publisher monthly.
Oh, is
I
it
sent
an
the
addition?
Invoice. This is what he's gonna pay her.
No,
No.
No, because she's
It's at a sum.
through, then we would only be at 13,500. She's being paid $25 an hour. But for the purposes of, you're the project manager that's managing her as a author, and the publishing company has said, for the purposes of calculating your planned value, it's $100 a page.
So what I'm gonna pay you, you invoice me every month. Right? You invoice me every month and I'm gonna pay you $25 an hour. And
And,
that's.
because if it's and, it doesn't, I know that's what it said, but that didn't make.
So that's earned value. So the actual cost, $25 an hour. Earned value is, we'll say that each page has a value of $100. So that's what we're gonna say. So it's each
Different method.
section or chapter is $5,000, but a partial chapter, we say will have an earned value of $100 per page. That's how I'll calculate partially completed work.
And assuming introduction, conclusion, and all chapters are 50 pages.
And equal.
No, we don't know. We're just like, it's a value of $5,000.
So
They're a value of $5,000. And that's what so however long they are, they're probably different lengths each one. That's okay, but its value is $5,000 based upon her
so
plan.
would it be fair to say that the publisher is paying Anna $5,000 per chapter? But internally, the publisher is looking at her work and saying, hey, every page is worth $100. So we can track where our value is.
So that's how we're going to calculate the,
Does that make
We're
sense?
not paying her
We're not paying her that.
$5,000 per chapter.
Right, but,
Oh, I get, no, no, because we're paying her $25 an hour.
oh, you're
we're
right.
going to pay her $25 an hour and she's worked 650 hours. So the publisher has written a check for $16,250. He's written payments to her. That total is $16,050. But how much value has he gotten? So she estimated, her plan was that I'm gonna spend 200 hours per chapter. Doesn't matter how long they are. I'm spending $200 per chapter at $25 an hour. So each chapter should cost him, according to plan, $5,000. But what about a partial chapter? Okay, well, to determine value of a partial chapter, we'll just say it's $100 per page.
Yeah.
And that's how we'll determine the value of a partial chapter. So the value expressed in dollars is 13,500. The plan value was 15,000. And what he's actually paid, the checks he's written totals 16,250. Right? So if you just saw those numbers, you would say, oh, Anna, you are over budget and behind schedule.
Anna's doing good. She got paid more than what she put out. The project's not doing, Anna's doing good. The project's doing bad.
Yeah, the project.
Publisher's doing bad.
Okay. So we already know without doing the calculations, where we are with schedule and budget there, right?
Oh,
So if we were to calculate earned value less than actual cost, so we have a negative number. A negative number means we're over budget, right?
500?
And so cost performance index. So this is where, let me give you the formulas here.
I got
Figured out for you. Okay, so cost performance, the second one, division problem, earned value divided by actual cost for our budget, cost performance index. If we were looking at her, well, we'll get the schedule next. So cost performance index, 13,500 was our earned value. divided by 16,250 equals 0.83. So we can say for our budget, Anna is about 83% efficient with the budget. To be on plan, you need to be 100%. She's working at about at 83%. So we know that she's over budget by CPI being 0.83. So the questions now on the exam will tell you Anna's CPI is 0.83. And then you have to know, oh, wait, that's not so good, Anna. You're working at less than 100%, which was the plan.
Is it possible to have a efficiency rate of 102 or 105? Because we're ahead of schedule, but you usually don't see percentages above 100%.
Yeah, so it would be expressed as a decimal. So 0.83, 83%. 1.02 would be 102%.
Got it.
1.02.
Okay, so they wouldn't put the percent, they would.
Yeah, so you'll see the point.
1.02.
Yeah. So actually, they're just going to say CPI of 0.83. But if you think about it, the 0.83 means 83% is her performance index, right? She's performing at 83% of the plan.
Makes sense.
You got to be performing at 100% of the plan to be on plan, right? So she's below plan. So in terms of cost, if you're below plan, you're over budget. Okay? So you want to know what CPI equals 0.83. You want to know what that means for the exam. You no longer have to calculate it. You just need to know what that means. Okay. How about online? Are you good online or have we confused you? Okay, schedule works the same way. All right, we got some thumbs up. Thank you. So schedule uses planned value as opposed to actual cost. That's the only difference in the formulas. Okay, we're going to do EV minus planned value or EV divided by planned value to get schedule. Oops. So here's our formulas when we do the math. That our schedule variance is negative 1,500. So she's $1,500 off of the plan. And her time is about 90% efficiency. So on the PMP exam, I believe they've taken off the plus and minus sign. So if they ask you for a variance and it just says 1,500, and you're like, wait, but it should be a negative. She's over schedule. She's behind schedule. She's behind schedule, but by 1,500, just know that that's a negative number, right? I think they've taken off the minus and pluses. So
they would say over schedule?
no, so in the scenario, it might say a variance of $1,500. Or it might say a variance. It probably won't say negative $1,500, but there's a variance of $1,500. Her SPI is 0.9.
Okay,
Something like that, right?
so if
You're gonna be
it
like,
gives
okay,
you
well, that's gonna be
0.9,
negative.
then you can figure out it's negative. But if they didn't give you that, then she could have been ahead, right?
Yeah, she could have been, but they'll give you the scenario. So
Okay.
the numbers will work into the scenario, but they won't always say negative or positive. It'll just say the number itself. So again, just in the last 2 months, they've changed all the earned value management questions on the exam. So they took out the calculations, but you need to know what the numbers mean because it's scenario driven. So look at them as logic questions and you'll be able to answer them. The only calculation questions that are still stuck in there, they haven't taken out, are estimate at completion, estimate to completion. So we'll talk about those ones. But here you don't need to know these formulas anymore. It's just a real recent change, making the test easier for you guys. That's good. Okay. We're doing good so far. Variance and cost performance index. Class is much easier when you don't have to calculate it here. You have to remember formulas. All right,
Math.
head, behind. All right, so where it gets a little trickier now. Where Anna, we already know 3 months in, February, March, 3 months in, she's behind. So if she doesn't catch up, this book's going to cost more than $50,000, right? But how much more? So right now the publisher's like, hold on a minute. I paid you $16,250 you've given me $13,000 and something worth of value. What's this book gonna cost me when it's all done? Because at this point, I'm making a decision, do I still want you to write the book? Am I going to be able to sell this book for a profit, right? I want to know that now because I'm cutting my losses right now if I can. This is gonna cost me more. We agreed to 50, right? So do I want Anna to continue writing or not? So I want to figure out what my new budget at completion. What's a new estimate at completion? What will this book now cost me now that we've been working the project and we've gotten behind? And it may be behind for very good reasons, right? It may not be Anna's fault that she's behind, but what's it really gonna cost me? So that's what we want to know at estimate at completion. There's the formula. We take our budget at completion, which was our original budget of $50,000, right? Our budget at completion, what we first had, and we're going to divide that by our performance index. So she's been managing her budget at, is that the 0.9 or 0.83? 0.83? 0.83, which means we got about a 17% gap in there, right? It's almost as simple as just adding 17%, but not quite. I'll tell you when you get to the exam, and if you happen to forget what the formulas are, like some people do, under the pressure of the exam, you can be like, hold on a minute. 0.83, she's off by about 17%. So the number is going to be greater. Two of the answers are below 50,000. So I know they're not right. I can immediately eliminate those two answers. Now I'm stuck with two others. Which one's right? I can't remember the formula at all. Don't need to add more pressure on yourself, right? So let me think about this for a little bit. I'm off by about 17%. It's going to be close. If I had 17% to the budget, I got to reverse engineer something here. Okay, one number's pretty close to 17%. One number's not. I'm rolling with the one that's close and moving on, right? I think it worked out okay. I have PMP after my name, right? So you can do this, right? So again, think of them logic problems. If you know what that number means, it's okay if you get tripped up like some Julies who take the test and go, oh my God, I can't remember this particular formula. Okay? So this formula, estimate at completion, BAC, $50,000 divided by CPI. Pull out your phones. We know CPI is 0.83. We know BAC is 50,000. What do we have? 60,240. So if Anna continues the way she's going, the $50,000 book is actually going to cost us cost the publisher $60,240 in some sense, right? Isn't there a few cents in there? A couple pennies on top of that. So the publisher then needs to say, if it's going to cost me 60,000, will I still make a profit? Yes, this is a really good book. Go ahead and keep writing it, Anna, but got to pick up the pace a little bit here. Okay.
But we probably do need to remember that formula, understand the calculation.
Yes, so
I can't remember.
know someone. When did Boyd take his test? Like April?
Only 20%.
April, May timeframe. That question was on the test.
Okay.
So had to calculate that question.
I mean, it's easy calculation. It's just, you have to remember.
I'm going to confuse you a little bit though.
Divided by CPI.
Right now, it seems easy.
The real one.
Yeah, so BAC, your budget at completion divided by your cost performance index. Now, estimate to completion, how much more do we need? So if our book's now going to cost us $60,240 and a couple pennies,
That's easy.
how much more do we need? So we're just going to subtract what we've already spent. We've already spent 16,250, right? So how much more does it take to get us to 60,000?
44,000-ish.
44-ish. 44-ish won't ever be the answer on the test, but it's close. You can find an answer that's like 44-ish, 43, right? 43, blah, blah, blah. Everybody online sitting by themselves, they have their calculators out with the exact number. Okay.
What are we figuring out here?
So estimate to completion. Now that we know our estimate at completion is 60,240, some pennies, we're just going to subtract what we've already spent. And that's going to tell us how much more we need to get to the finish line. Okay. So the estimate to completion Let's figure out our estimate at completion first, our new budget, and subtract away what we've already spent. So these are the two math questions that are still lingering out there in the PMP test bank. Pretty certain all the variance and performance index math questions have been removed. But I think these two were just hiding out a little bit. All right, so I'm pretty sure they're going to get removed, but I know as early as April, May timeframe, they were still there. Okay, so estimate at completion and estimate to completion are used for forecasting. That's what you want to know, so we can forecast in the future what it's really going to cost. So just know that they're about forecasting. Yes, sir.
Shelley would like to know what you did get for the EPC.
Oh, so what is the actual amount? Because I don't have the calculator here.
990.
43990 and some cents. Is that what you got, Shelley?
Oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, well, this is what we gotta do then. Back up. So our estimate at completion, our BAC, we know from, we go all the way back here.
That would have done
We
it.
know our BAC from this chart. When we plot it out, each chapter is estimated at 200 hours, $25 an hour. We estimated that each chapter, each portion of this book would be $5,000 for a total of $50,000. So that total is our budget when we complete the project, therefore budget at completion. So our BAC was $50,000. Then we calculated our PV, EVAC, right? Plan value, earned value, actual cost. And then we were able from there to calculate what our performance index were for cost as well as schedule, the variances and the performance index. All right, and there's the schedule formula. And so we know then our BAC at 50,000, our CPI at 0.83. That's how we calculated division problem. And that's how we calculated our estimate at completion, which becomes our new budget. Or our new budget at completion. So oftentimes that first number of 50,000 is called the budget. And this new number of 60,240 and some cents is called the budget at completion. And they'll distinguish it that way.
To the SPI for Anna. Get that one. So you're missing a zero.
Oh, listen to zero. I fixed this like 3 or 4 times. And then every time I somehow pull up a version where that zero is missing again. Truly have fixed that slide. So I mean, obviously I haven't fixed it, right? I was not a good maintenance officer.
You probably
Fix the slide.
sending it to the same.
That's fine for you. That is 2 gold stars for you today. Things out. I appreciate that. I very much do, but I'm quite confused because last time I stopped, I fixed it and went on and I don't, yeah.
Shannon's going back in and like taking it out.
I think so. Gremlins, something's happening. Shannon doesn't sabotage me like that.
Self-sabotage.
Yeah, it's especially self-sabotage. Okay, and then our estimate to completion. So Shelley, does that help? So our estimate to completion then, once we got our new budget, 60,240, we're going to subtract what we've already spent. That's really what we're going to do now. So that's our new budget. That counts everything from the beginning to the end. That's the new cost. Instead of 50,000, it's 60,000. So we want to get to the finish line. Well, we've already moved forward $16,250. So we're just going to subtract that away because it's already counted into our new budget. So we subtract it out and then what's left over is how much more we need now. So the publisher now needs to have this much money in his bank account to pay for the book. He had 50,000 in it. He started spending it. Okay, now we're over budget. He needs more money. How much more does he need to get put into that bank account? Does that help, Shelley, or did that make it more confusing?
Billy thinks the ETC is 7490. Question.
So it has to be less than 60,000.
43.
The estimate to completion will be less than our estimate at completion.
So I think she had EAC calculated correctly. So I think the only thing that's happening is
You just subtract, don't add.
AC is not, she's not subtracting the correct AC. And the AC we're subtracting is 16,250,
Yes.
right?
So you want to subtract it, not add it. So your estimate to completion will be less than your estimate at completion. We can talk some more about that, Shelley, if you want. Just reach out to me and we can walk through this some more.
Julie, actually, you have this correct number of zeros. The comma is in the wrong.
Oh, something's,
Yeah, it should be 1,500 and you have like the comma in front of the
I
one.
think it's supposed to be 15,000. It's wrong either way,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, just the comma.
Either way, it's wrong. Well, I'll fix it. Again, I'll fix it again. And so then the next time I bring up the slide deck, it'll be right again. I'll miss a zero. And I'll wait for some bright person to point it out again. Okay, so here's where it's gonna get confusing.
That already?
Yeah, because it's been easy so far. All right, so here's our basic formulas that I just told you, right? Now, if you know algebra, you can move things around by changing plus and minus signs and so forth. Let me just skip to the summary slide for you guys. So let me tell you why I'm going to skip to the summary. Our estimate to completion depends on a couple things. One, if our original estimates were good, well, then we can just roll with what we have, right? But what if our estimates were not good? What if the problem was we just don't have good estimates? And that's why we're messing up. We have to stop and create new estimates and then move on. Okay, if our estimates are no good, we stop, create them, recreate our estimates, and then continue on with the formulas. But if our estimates are off, well, it's going to stay off. So our variance is going to be off by 1,500 the whole time, or we're always going to be at 0.83 efficiency managing our money and 0.9 managing our time. If it's always that way, then we have a different formula we may want to use. This is not like the estimates are bad. It's just we're going to run a parallel track. So there's different formulas. So instead of walking through each one individually, because you don't have to calculate them anymore, let me just skip to what slide number is this one? 240. Let's skip ahead to slide 240. Here's the formulas you want to know. So if the estimates are good, if the estimates are no good, or they have consistent variance. There is a test question. So the formulas for they're good and they're no good are the same, except for no good, you're going to come up with a new estimate. And you're going to use bottom up because that's the best, right? But I believe the test question gives you a scenario where your variance has been off, but it's going to stay consistent. So it's that last formula that we need to know. But it doesn't ask you to calculate them anymore. I don't know what the question is about that. Maybe I'll find out by next week because Tony Kern, who took the test, had that situation. Let me go back and ask him again. Let me go back and ask him again so I can get some hints because we'll review this again. This is a topic we're hitting at the end of the day. We'll just not always great. We'll pick up with just a review next week. And so I'll have some information for you, a little bit more about how that question's worded.
Okay, I'm, I guess, confused. We're doing EAC and ETC in order to figure out how much we're off, right?
We're gonna forecast.
Right, and we're trying to forecast if we need to change our budget, right?
Yep.
And if we're saying our estimates are good, then we can, we can keep our estimates
Mhm.
and use that to figure out how much we're off by, right?
Yes.
What is estimates have consistent variance?
So,
Isn't that the same as saying the estimates were good?
no, so some,
20%.
so we may keep, the estimate may be bad, actually, but it's bad by a consistent amount all the way through, right? So if our estimates are good, we're gonna look at Anna and say, catch up. Right? But if our estimates were off by just 10% the whole way, well, then we can account for that through this formula. So we just know our estimates are off by 10%. So it's consistent. It's not like the estimates were off by they can be off in different ways, right? So they're no good. They're all really bad. They're over the place. They're just,
So it would be like driving to St. Louis. The amount of gas is going to change, but if the price of gas 10 cents more, your costs are going to be.
Yeah.
And so there's no variance in how much you.
I guess what I'm saying is right there, it says EAC equals BAC divided by CPI, which is exactly what we did 4 pages ago.
right?
When we said, how do we calculate our EAC? It's BAC.
Divided by CPI.
Right. And then in order to calculate your ETC, it's EAC minus AC. So what I'm trying to figure out is how is that 6th line down there different than the 2nd line up there? Isn't that the exact same stuff?
A lot of them are the same. Like I'm saying, if you
But
know
I
algebra,
think the difference is you're taking your budget, the BAC, which is your initial budget, right?
Mm-hmm.
Our actual value that we got is, in Anna's case, was 13.5. So that's the denominator over the rate to give you kind of a new burn rate. Does that make sense?
so Anna said it's gonna take me 200 hours to write a chapter.
Uh-huh.
It probably should take her 200 hours to write a chapter, but she's just goofing off. Whatever. Her estimates are good. It's 200 hours to write a chapter. But what if it really is like 220 hours? Like it's just, but consistent all the way along.
Yeah.
Right? 10% off the whole way. But what if her estimates were so bad that the intro it really is going to take 4 hours? Chapter 1 was, she said 200 hours. It was 200 hours, but chapter 2 took her like 400 hours because it was so much heavier. Chapter 3 is also heavy. It's going to take another 400 hours. Chapter 4 is going to roll up some stuff. That one's just going to take 100 hours, right? So her estimates were really off because she just went, 200 each without much thought about it.
So I think
Right? So it could be really bad estimates.
So wait, the 2nd one then is literally you're on budget and you're on plan? You're on schedule and you're on plan? Is that what that first one is?
No, it makes sense.
It is.
Think about it from your book example. If we're just saying that Anna slacked off for 1 chapter, and she needs to make it up, cool, we can calculate that. But if we realize that she was off consistently, like you said, and it's actually going to take her an extra 220 hours, now you're going to have to calculate that variance every time she goes through a chapter going forward. But if you identified that, you're like, okay, let's correct this and realize she needs 20 extra hours from this point going forward. So now we have a new calculation that's going to cost a little bit more. Now, to your point on the middle one, that's just Anna had no idea. And we have to throw in a whole bunch more variable to try and calculate the extra overall cost.
All right.
Did I explain that to make sense?
All right. I'm derailing the conversation and people online.
I'm going to get back to what exactly you need from this because you don't have to do these calculations anymore, but there's something about this on the exam. So I'm going to find out more for you.
Okay.
Get back for you, those that are going to take the exam. All right, Anna's book. Your head hurting? I didn't do it to make your head hurt.
It was me.
Okay, we skipped through this pretty fast here because just recently it's all been taken off the test. And even when they tell me it's going to be taken off, I don't know that it really is. It takes a while. So I'm just now convinced. So I'll have to need to think about it, just, All right, why do we do earned value management? This is kind of the summary slide here. We're going to measure our progress by comparing the actual schedule and cost against what we plan to do, against our baselines. And so then we can evaluate, are we good or aren't we good? How much more time do we need? How much more money do we need? Because somebody is going to be checking that. We are doing a project to create change and create value. Eventually, you're going to spend so much money, you're not getting the value that you wanted. That's why it's going to be managed and tracked. Eventually, like I can get value if I can have this in this much time. But if we're going to be delayed further, now I'm not going to be able to get the value that I want or as much value. Right. So right now, let's put ourselves in Anna's shoes. We're at this point in time. And as was mentioned earlier, when we looked at the baseline, we should have went farther ahead and did the estimate and realized moving our budget from 63,000 to 73,000 isn't going to cut it. We're going to need a whole lot more than that. Right. So that burn down chart or burn rate chart would have looked very different had someone did the estimate to completion and said, wait, going from 63 to 73 is not enough. Right. I'm going to do an estimate at completion and tell you that we really need 103 at that point. So if at this point I know I'm behind schedule and that's not an option, I can take action to fix it. And that's the project manager's role there, right? So we do these calculations to know we're over, we're under by how much, so I can make a plan to get back on track. And for the exam, you're going to calculate over or under variance how much, and then you're going to meet with your team to decide how to get back on track. So it's in collaboration with the team, regardless of the approach, traditional or agile, scrum master, project manager, because you're going to do a lot of empowering the team with agile, but for traditional as well here too, the team's going to help you decide how we're going to get back on track. Okay. Can we get back on track by just focusing more? Do we need to do crashing, fast tracking? How are we going to get back on schedule to meet what the project plan says? That's the purpose of earned value. Questions about cost? Cost in general. We're going to roll into another topic. We have 40 minutes left. We take a short 5-minute break, or do we just roll on until everybody's dead and can't, we make it to 4, we do, and if we don't, we don't. What's the vote for keep rolling? Super keep rolling. All right, we're just going to keep rolling a little bit, take a break if you need to. We'll see how far we get along in risk. Okay. Risk. There's where we're on the agenda. Look, we made it to the second column.
Wow. Second week, second column.
All right. Slide number. What slide number is this?
Say our value is above
46.
Okay.
Derailing everything.
Oh,
All right. So our risk management plan. This is what PMI says you should have in your risk management plan. You discover the problem and you solve it. That's a plan for you.
just do it.
That's a plan. And this was my reaction. I'm like, are you kidding me? That's what you're saying? Like, I don't,
But it's so easy.
what? What? Discover the problem, solve it. There's your plan. That's all you need to put in your plan.
Check out.
It's one page for risk management plan. All right. So again, it's a component of the project plan, and you're really going to describe how you identify your risk, how you assess your risk, what process are you using to assess risk? How are you communicating risk? How are you, who is going to identify risk? What does your risk register look like? So you're going to have a template in your plan. How do you come up with contingency plans? Who approves them? All those kind of things, right? That's what you're going to put in your risk management. Here's some other topics that you may find in a risk management plan. I would just be familiar with these topics. I don't think you have to memorize them. You don't have to recite them, just be familiar with. And so we're gonna talk about each one of these again. Okay, project risk. Risks are inside and outside your team, inside and outside the business, inside and outside the environment of the organization or the larger environment. You find risk everywhere. In the world of PMI, which is different than the way most people think, risk can be positive or negative. Anybody ever experience a positive risk? We don't ever call it that there. We're like, woo, that was fortunate. Ooh, it's a good streak of luck there for us. We never go, ooh, what a great risk I just encountered, right? But risk in the world of PMI can be positive or negative. When it's positive, we say those are opportunities for us. Opportunities to get ahead of schedule, opportunities to make up some budget, opportunities to do more than we had planned, maybe even, right? Opportunities considered positive risk. And then negative risk, well, we all know what those are. Those are threats, things that happen that, oh my God, how do I overcome this now? Right? Our negative risk. Project risk management systematically maximizes positive risk and minimizes negative risk or the consequences of negative, right? So we want to maximize those opportunities, minimize the threats.
Michelle, what is a negative risk? Something that will just derail.
Falling down the stairs.
No, something that'll derail the project.
Yeah, it has a negative impact to the project. Yep. Negative impact to the project. So as uncertainty increases, the risk of a lot of things happening increases, right? Having to do work again. Just gonna put all of these up. So this chart we saw before in determining what approach to take. So we can take a more traditional approach when it's in the bottom left-hand corner. We take a more agile approach as we work up the chart towards that chaos section. So this is the same way with risk. We can say that we can identify risks. They're not real harmful to us, to the risks that make a really big impact up here in the red. So if we were to plot the risk along here, it would help us manage them. So as there's more uncertainty, there's more chance of risk. So the idea is to reduce uncertainty, to lower the probability of risk. Theoretically works that way. All right. When we're thinking about identifying risk, we want to think of risk to, in particular, time, people, and cost. That's really what the military looks at, especially the people part, right? More so than business, but time, people, and cost. So how do we identify risk? We're going to identify and document risk. So stakeholder interviews, that's probably the best source of risk is stakeholder interviews. We talk to our stakeholders, and as they're telling us what their expectations are, they're also telling us what to look out for. Our team members will help us identify risk. Our lessons learned repository. And then all those documents that were written before the project even started, they identify a lot of risk. So those documents have some really good information if they're there and you can get to them. So some techniques, brainstorming. Along we talked before, you're going to sit around and talk with stakeholders, talk with your team members, think of things that could happen. Phenomenal group technique. Did we talk about that before? Phenomenal group technique. It's brainstorming with voting, a voting component. Affinity diagram depicting brainstorming. I don't know why we put it in here as a type of risk, but the affinity diagram, Post-it notes, right? So we're all nominating the type of brainstorming. But when you write it down and put it on a sticky up front, you get to say it before anybody has a chance to criticize you for saying it, right? So everybody gets to say, everybody gets to have a voice. We put all of our sticky notes up on the wall and then we start saying, okay, well, this risk is really like this risk. So we'll kind of group those together and give it a name that encompasses both. The Delphi technique. So we haven't talked about the Delphi technique yet, right? The Delphi technique is polling. So that's the word that you want to associate with Delphi technique. We're going to poll experts and they're going to give us their opinion anonymously. So either we'll send them a Survey Monkey link, we'll send them a survey, we'll hire a third-party company to interview them. So they'll tell us what they say, but they won't say who said what. That's the Delphi technique. So it's opinions from subject matter experts. And you don't know who said what. It's all anonymous opinions. That's the Delphi technique. You want to, on the exam, associate it with polling and being anonymous. The Monte Carlo simulation is a computer simulation that talks about where it looks at all the different possibilities that could happen that you've put into the computer, and then it spits out a range of what could happen. So if you've ever seen a storm that's about to hit the coast and they have that cone of uncertainty or a spaghetti chart, there's all these lines of which way it could go. It's a very similar thought process, computer thought process, but it generally makes an S curve. And so I'll show you a picture of it. It's kind of a lazy S, makes this curve. On the test, I would bet $5 that every single one of you will have 2 questions about Monte Carlo simulation. And what you need to know is it's a computer simulation that makes an S curve. I'm guessing just about most project management software systems have the ability to do a Monte Carlo system, but a Monte Carlo simulation works best for really large projects. And I don't think most of us work on projects that would require Monte Carlo, but it's quantitative, uses a computer, makes an S curve. We're going to talk about it again. Okay, so PMI says project managers are pretty good at looking around us, talking to stakeholders and identifying risks that are pretty close in. But there are a lot of risks that happens in the external environment that we forget to look at. So here are 2 acronyms to help you remember to look big in the external environment, right? To say what are the risks associated with your project. So the first one is PESTLE. You want to know what PESTLE stands for. You want to memorize PESTLE because there's a tricky question on the exam. So PESTLE has 2 E's and they love playing with that little E. So they'll throw in like an E that's not economic or environmental and they play with that one. But so you want to know what PESTLE stands for. Political. So can you think of any big political risk to TRANSCOM or any of your projects at TRANSCOM?
A lot.
Congressional budget.
Yep.
Congress does a lot with the risk. Yep. Anybody been told to stay home, that you can't come to work for a while because no budget, we don't think it's going to pay you. So if you're in the military, keep coming. But if you're not, just got to stay home for a while. Right? Try to avoid government shutdowns, but we may have this stay home, right? How's the TRANSCOM commander assigned?
Nominated to Senate, so.
Confirmed.
Kind of a political appointee.
Yeah.
Almost, right? You think the presidential election is going to affect anything with TRANSCOM?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably not on anybody's risk register. But I was in a meeting not too long ago where they talked about the presidential election in some other countries and how that's affecting TRANSCOM. Right now, there was a lawsuit that got put in the international court and settled very quickly because the Netherlands wouldn't ship parts to Israel. And it's because some NGOs blocked some things. Took it to international court, got settled very quickly. But there's aircraft, well, it's the F-35,
Yep.
right? Biggest fighting aircraft we have, right? Powerful warplane here. No repair parts are going anywhere that's supporting anything to do with Israel, sitting, can't use that warehouse. Not using the warehouse for anything supporting that conflict. Went before an international court, just got settled last week. Okay, so they sided with the F-35. So the US is saying, we got to pull things out of there. We're not letting that stop again. Right? Where do we take it to? And the NGOs go take it to Europe because we're going to stand up there and do the same thing. So like, oh, guess we better come back to the United States, right? Political risk to those projects, right? So political, economic, anything happening in the world of economics affecting projects?
Changing in carrier rates.
TRANSCOM needs more money. Right? So economic, social, cultural. So what's happening across our society, the changes we make, how that may impact your projects. Technical. So everything's being pushed to the cloud, cybersecurity, zero trust, all of those kind of things happening, right? Ethical happening, hacking, unethical hacking, legal, new regulations coming out all the time, right? And environmental. So we have environmental protection, all kinds of things. So don't forget to look big environmental picture, looking for risk for your projects. That's what PESTEL is about. The second acronym is TCOP, technical, environmental, commercial, operational, and political. It's really the same. Don't forget to look in the macro environment for risk to your projects. I don't see TCOP on the exam very much. Most people are actually, I haven't talked to anybody in the last year that has seen TCOP on the exam. But definitely, but I would know what it stands for, but definitely you're going to see PESTEL on the exam, know what each of those letters stand for, and that it means look in the macro environment. It's pretty easy to forget about that. We stay close and we talk to our stakeholders, but there are big things that affect us, especially in the DoD.
There's not really a difference between PESTEL and TCOP. It looks-
No, not really. So we throw
Acronyms.
commercial in there, right? So if we look big commercial, we're looking at for TRANSCOM, space transportation. There's private industry that's creating those kind of things. Rocket cargo, all working with private industry. May affect some projects. That's commercial.
Okay.
What's this?
Oh, yeah.
What?
All the moves. Air, sea.
Oh, yeah. So definitely in terms of working with private partners, commercial partners. Yep. Yeah. So when you start to see airlines that want to merge, or an airline that goes bankrupt and they fold, and we're like, ah, right? So commercial, how many US flag cargo ships do we have? None. I don't think there are any. I think they're all foreign flagged. We move stuff by commercial cargo ships all the time, right? I don't think the US owns any railroads either. I think there's just there. That's always a concern with TRANSCOM. So that's commercial. All right, as we identify risk, we document them. So we record our risk in a risk register. And I'll show you an example of a risk register, and well, you can see it on the next slide there. So update it frequently. I want contingency plans for all of our risk. And then here's where I'm going to tell you there's been another change. And assign a risk owner. So it is the role of the project manager and the scrum master to make sure, they're going to say identify risk, but make sure that it's written in the risk register and that there's a risk response for the risk that gets implemented if the risk happens. So all the action associated with risk, mitigating it, taking care of it, creating a response, really the overall responsibility is the scrum master and the project manager. So that's a new test question that's popped up there. They're responsible for making sure that we're responding to risk. So let me talk about contingency plans for just a little bit. We talked budget. You know that you have the budget for doing all the tasks. And then on top of that, you have a contingency reserve. And then here we talk about contingency plans, but PMI in the last 6 months has changed the language. So it's a little confusing on the test because it hasn't got consistent yet. Contingency budget for risk. In our risk register, I'm going to flip to the next slide. we have our risk. And over here, we have this particular chart, the second from the right is a planned response. So this used to be called your contingency plan. And now it's called a risk response plan, your planned response, a risk response. So we identify a risk and we say, okay, if this risk happens, this is how we're going to respond to it. This is our risk response. Sounds like a contingency plan, right? Used to be called the contingency plan. Now it's called risk response. And PMI says you should have a backup plan to your risk response. So if that one fails, you got plan B. And plan B is now called the contingency response. Okay, so this is where it hasn't got consistent across PMI yet. And so on the exam, read the questions carefully. Contingency reserve is money to use to pay for how you respond to a risk. That how you respond to a risk is now called your risk response plan. Plan B to that plan, the backup plan, is called a contingency plan. So on the exam, for those of you taking it, if you see a question that talks about a contingency response, it still may mean your response plan, or it may mean plan B, the backup plan. Just read the question carefully so you can figure out the context for it, because that change hasn't got consistent. They'll get there. All right, so here's a risk register. On the left-hand side is our description of the risk that we think that could happen. So we're writing the risk down. And then anything else you want on your risk register, you can have. So PMI says you need to write down the risk. Every risk that you identify needs to have a response, and it needs to have an owner, a risk owner. And the risk owner is responsible for watching out for this risk. And if it happens, they implement the response plan. The project manager or scrum master makes sure it worked. But the project owner is responsible for implementing the risk response plan. So every risk must have a risk owner. That's a test question. Every risk has a risk owner as well as a plan. And then this particular risk register has the impact it will make. And then it gave it a score, looks like 1 to 5, for what kind of impact it would make and what's the probability of it actually happening. And then it has another score, trigger condition. We're going to talk about this. Your risk register can have anything on it you want. Now, you can identify risk forever and ever and ever. You could get way out there about possibilities that happen, right? So what do you put on your risk register? Those that are most likely to happen, those that are going to have an big impact or are most likely to happen. I don't know. You have to decide what the cutoff point is for your risk register, because every risk on here is going to have dollars assigned to it. So how you probably won't get a contingency budget bigger than your project budget, right? Because you can keep going with risk, right? A piano could fall out of the sky, right? On somebody that could, So I don't know if you want to put Wile E. Coyote risk on here or not. That's not where you have a cutoff, right? So you decide what risks go on there, which ones you're going to.
Where exactly is the responsibility of the risk owner?
To implement the risk response plan. So whatever the action plan is to address that risk, and that risk happens, go. You're the one responsible for that. We all know you're the one responsible for that. That's why you're the person who has to go around and check all the fire hydrants.
Project manager, make sure it's done.
Yeah, so that the risk was appropriate, the risk is gone, the response was implemented, those kind of things. Ultimate responsibility. So it's the risk owner who has to walk around TRANSCOM and make sure you don't have things plugged into outlets where it's not supposed to be plugged in, your heater's not plugged into an extension cord, all of those kind of things. Okay, let's talk about a couple risk terms. You'll see these on the exam for sure, but good terms to know. A risk. possibility of something positive or negative occurring that's going to impact your project. That's the risk, right? We know that. A trigger, whoops, and we have a risk response for that. A trigger is a condition that says a risk is about to occur. That's what a trigger is. So we want our risk owners to be looking out for those triggers. Because if that trigger happens, now the risk is coming. I can be prepared. So the trigger is kind of the early warning. The trigger says a risk is about to occur. And then we have issues, and issues are current conditions. It's happening right now. Hey, boss, we got an issue. Okay. So issues require immediate workaround, immediate attention, some sort of response with issues. In addition to our risk register, we're going to have an issue log. And we're going to write our issues in the issue log and what we did about it. So issues are connected to risk, but may not be a risk. A risk is a possibility of something happening. An issue is something that is happening. And issues are always negative.
But an issue may not impact. I've always struggled trying to figure out the difference between a risk and an issue, because we do track both of them.
Mhm.
So a risk would be something that would impact project, right? Whereas an issue is something that's occurring but may not impact the project.
So if it doesn't impact my project, I don't care about it.
So it's not an issue.
Not an issue for me, maybe an issue for you, but it's not an issue for me. So you want to track the issues that have some sort of impact on your project, something where you have to work around. You have to take some sort of action because of an issue. So a risk is a possibility. We're going to plan for risk. So the issues are the exact details and actions that the risk have created. Maybe that's the way of looking.
Well, the wording on your slide actually has me a little more confused, because it says that may impact the project.
Oh, so if it doesn't impact the project, really probably don't care about it. Right? Sometimes issues happen, and as they're happening, you don't know how it's going to impact your project. It might, but until it's done, then you really figure out what the impact is.
We'd assume.
So, yeah, so this is happening. I need to know about it. We got to have a workaround. Maybe we react so quickly that there wasn't much of an impact made because we were able to act quickly on it. We had a good workaround for it. So an impact, it really didn't impact our project very much because then we're good. But whoops, didn't react like I should have. And that created a bigger issue that I had to deal with then. Right, so now we have an issue log and we have a risk register. You have a question?
Wouldn't put, so opportunities, which are risks that are in execution that are now, happening. We wouldn't put that on the issue log? If we identified it as risk.
Because it's an opportunity for us.
Right.
Could impact our project positively.
Right.
Yeah, but PMI says issues are always negative, so that wouldn't be an issue for us. Now, we don't keep an opportunity log. Sounds like we're missing something.
Yeah.
Hey, let's never deny ourselves opportunity for more paperwork. Really. We should have an opportunity log if we can. No, that's a great point. Yeah. Issues are always negative, but risk are positive or negative. And where do we document those opportunities? We definitely want to document them. Lessons learned, maybe?
Yeah, but you'd also want to highlight them every opportunity you can.
Yeah, because we want to exploit that. We're going to share it. Talk about some risk responses, but. Okay, risk trigger issues, 3 words that'll be on the exam you want to know and to be able to use, right? So we can identify triggers associated with the risk we may be able to avoid consequences to our project. And then here's an example of an issue log. Again, your issue log can have any columns that you want. This one starts out with a number. We're up to issue number 27 that's happened. Description of what the issue is, title it, high priority, who's the owner, who's responding.
15th was a bad day. Yeah.
Damn.
So issue resolution. So as an issue comes up, we're going to write it down in the issue log, right? We're going to assign an owner to each issue, just like we do the risk. Due dates of when we're going to fix it. Due dates of when we're trying to resolve this issue. Some things we can do like right away. Sometimes we have to elevate it. We have to go to a stakeholder. We have to go somewhere up the organization. So what are our due dates for this? And so if you look at TRANSCOM's lessons learned computer system, there's due dates associated with different issues that comes up there. Status meeting. So if it's traditional, we have a status meeting. If it's agile, we have retrospectives. We're going to discuss the issues that happen there, right? Sprint planning meetings, we're going to talk about issues that may occur that we're going to look out for. Or risks that may occur, issues that may occur, issues are occurring, risks that may occur. Limit open issues to a manageable number. Look, you can't control when issues happen. But what you don't want to do is sit on them so long, right? Take care of them as soon as you can. And then don't hesitate to escalate if you need to. Then see what's a good place to stop here. We get into a bunch of this. So. All right, the next several slides are about risk terms. So this is probably, what slide number are we on? 60. Mike, we on track? Are we close? Are we gonna make it over 4?
It's
Or
5.5.
Did some value management. Or at 263,
So we're really close, right?
and 263 is where PV
Yeah, shit, you're 3 slides off. Calculate.
The slides here, but there's some slides at the back that you may or may not need to talk about.
Right.
Okay, let me switch out of this. I'm gonna stop sharing and let me share something else with you real quick then, because some of you have talked about filling out your application already. I show you application. Showing up okay? So this is what the application looks like for PMI. You're gonna have some information at the top. That's just not too hard to answer, pretty standard questions. But this is to make it easier. This is a participant in the last class I had, and she said, hey, you said you would look at my application.